twice.
Get something better from Ameritech.
Did you say Katie?
Order caller ID now and you'll get a free display unit and free shipping and handling. Everything you need to make the most of your time.
We are loyal. We are obsessive. We are fans. And nothing keeps us from the game. We need cars and trucks as reliable as we are, season after season. And when the game is over, we need to know that what got us there will also get us safely home. Delivering cars and trucks that fans count on is what makes us General Motors. Delivering them in more ways than anyone else in the world is what makes us people in motion.
Red Wing Hockey on Fox 2 is brought to you locally by the company you count on wherever life takes you. General Motors, people in motion.
Dallas seeks to be hockey's best. Led by the physical Darian Hatcher, the Stars have battled the defending champions tooth and nail. But Detroit is hockey's best. With unparalleled depth and guided by one of hockey's most brilliant minds, the Red Wings are in position to repeat. Game 3 was a shootout. The Wings got off to a fast start with 4 straight goals, but the tough Texans went on a run of their own. Finally, Lapointe put the game on ice.
Players it out in front. Lapointe scores! Marchand Lapointe with a big goal.
Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals is next on Fox.
Octopus put the big squeeze on Dallas? Or will the Stars get inspired to flaunt their big D on the defending Stanley Cup champions? Detroit's Vladimir Konstantinov, injured seriously last June in a car accident, back home in Detroit to cheer on his teammates. And we'll have more on him in just a few moments from our own Joe Micheletti as we welcome you inside the Fox Network Center here in Los Angeles for an afternoon of pucks right here on Fox. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm James Brown, joined as always by my partner, Dave Maloney, and Coach Terry Crisp, who wants more.
He wants more of the calm, cool, collected, and I must say, very dapper Terry Crisp.
Hey, I want more. I'm a glutton for punishment. And all those people out there know all they want to do is look at our ties. For all you people in hockey land, I borrowed this tie from JB.
Wow. My best tie indeed. Hey, Coach, Game 3, Detroit up 4-3 in the third against Dallas, but yet you thought Dallas should have won that game.
Definitely. I'm one of the few people that thought that late in the game when the score was 4-3, Osgood made 3 key saves that if Dallas puts them in, no doubt in my mind, they win the game. But in order to make it successful, watch how they must beat them, JB. They must enter wide. Carbonneau gets the puck. He takes it wide. Watch him beat Fetisov. Dallas must do this all game long. They must test the mobility of the Detroit defensive core, McCowan, Rouse, etc. See if they're more mobile enough to handle them. Don't come up the middle. Take the puck wide.
Well, you're telling me what they can do. What they can't do is go 0 for the millennium on the power play. That's what has done. A big reason for that lack of success may be the lack of production from Zubov off the point. Every good power play has to have a quarterback. Zubov is that guy for Dallas. He can't be 8th in defenseman scoring in the playoffs and have this power play work. Zubov's got to make it go. And what you can't do, Eddie, don't be acting out there. Get in the damn net. Eddie, this is late in the third period. He gets caught out of the net. Lapointe in a spinorama, he beats Belfort. But, as I've said before, goaltenders, you're paid to stop the puck. Stop it.
Boy, my guys are fired up. All right, you show me what Dallas can do to be successful. The question is, Coach, will Dallas win this series?
Yes, I'm one of the few guys that still, I picked them early this season, knew he went down, and a little hesitating. They must be irritating. They must be frustrating. They must be any aiding word you want out there, they got to be. They got to be in-your-face hockey against Detroit Red Wings. Take the puck, get it wide, buzz them.
Terry, with all due respect, I know you want a cup as a coach and a cup as a player, but stick a fork in Dallas, they're done. Next Saturday or Tuesday, right here on Fox, you're going to see the #1 game in the Stanley Cup Finals. Detroit will be there.
The one aiding he is exhilarating. All right, let's talk about last night in Buffalo, where the Sabres were hoping to pull even in their Eastern Conference Final Series against the Washington Capitals, Dave.
JB and Terry, who's that guy? Only the goalie. The best goals against average, most wins with 11, most shutouts with 4. Only the goalie. This was all he needs. This Brett Hull? No, that's Craig Berube blasting it from the side. His first playoff goal. Who puts the icing on the cake? This guy, Juno, a 95-foot slapper. Does that take the air out of the Sabres and Dominic Hasek, Terry?
I'm going to tell you one thing, guys. You got any extra cash, go out and buy a whole bunch of stock in some tape company, because jumping on and off the Hasek bandwagon, going to be a lot of broken ankles out there. Don't count Hasek out yet.
He's got me on this 8-ing kick. Pulsating hockey when we come back in Detroit.
Keanu Reeves in the network premiere event, Johnny Mnemonic, Tuesday on Fox.
We dream them, we draw them, we drive them in circles. We are car people. We are bodybuilders, lifeguards, track stars, and matchmakers, all working to reach the same goal. Our passion is building automobiles. Our challenge is making cars and trucks people count on. We are the men and women of General Motors. We are car people. General Motors. People in motion.
Your streets are burning, baby. I keep yearning for you. I keep on dreaming, baby, that my love is just for you. My downtown dream is beauty. My downtown dream is you. I keep on dreaming, baby, that your love is really true. Oh, downtown dream.
In the world of tools, there's only one true craftsman. Craftsman makes anything possible.
Yeah.
A deadly conspiracy is revealed.
For 4 years, we've been nothing more than pawns in a game.
The X-Files, tonight at 9, 8 Central on Fox.
Little trucks make for long weeks, but Dodge Dakota's bigger to lighten Monday's load. Its tough Ram looks make Tuesday more memorable. Its longer, wider stance smooths hump day right out, while its superior Magnum power makes Thursday fly. And voila, it's Friday. And better yet, the weekend. Dakota, for shorter weeks and bigger weekends. Now select Dodge and competitive owners get $500 owner's bonus cash on all new Dakotas.
Hey, good win. Hey, did anybody need anything? Okay, good solid hits out there, guys. Thanks, man.
This is my lucky jersey. Don't mess it up.
Oh, no. Oh, pink. The colors aren't pink. Oh, no.
Hey, Bob. Have you seen my lucky sock?
Time now to get you to Detroit, where the Dallas Stars find themselves down 2-1 against the defending Stanley Cup champion Detroit Red Wings. Doc Emrick and John Davidson are set to call Game 4 of this Western Conference Finals showdown at the Joe.
Detroit wearing the winged wheel. They have 2 wins in this series. And in the other hallway, the Dallas Stars wearing that big Lone Star and with 1 lone win. The 73rd straight playoff sellout at old Joe Louis Arena dating back to 1985. And here in Detroit, Fox Sports proudly presents Game 4 of the Western Conference Final Best of 7. Hi, everybody, along with John Davidson and in a moment, Joe Micheletti. I'm Mike Emrick. So now Dallas is down 2-1. What do they have to do to even this up, John?
Well, Mike, they lost the last game here, but it was weird. They felt they played pretty well. Ken Hitchcock said, yeah, we played pretty well, but we need some more scoring out of our big scorers. And by that, he meant these players here. Only Mike Modano has gotten points of these guys. Hogue, Verbeek, Zubov. The power play's been shut out. And he says, listen, they don't want pretty goals from these guys. They want get your nose dirty goals. Get into their corners. Get to the front of the net. Take a hit. Get some goals for us. We need them badly. They also need a strong game out of Eddie Belfour.
Detroit got a scare in the last game. They went up 4-0 and held on to win 5-3.
Yeah, Scotty and his team, the Detroit Red Wings, win the thing, and they were upset. They said they didn't play well. Think of a compass, north, south, east, west. Scotty said his team went east-west too much with the puck. Go north-south. Get the puck up the ice. Battle back to get back on the back check. Offense and defense comes from north-south, not east-west.
This is not a typical day here in Detroit because they are experiencing the return of a friend. Red Wings defenseman Vladimir Konstantinov, born in Russia, but he played hammering hockey like he was from Saskatoon. Well, after the Stanley Cup, a tragic accident, a somber dressing stall. But the remembered battler returned yesterday to visit his teammates and will be at his first game since the accident today. For more, here's Joe Micheletti.
Okay, thanks very much, Mike. You know, these Detroit players feel more a sense of relief that their buddy is back in town, and not just for this game, but he is expected to stay here until at least late fall. As far as the Dallas players are concerned, they think Konstantinov is one of their own, and when they see him in this game, they think that they might get a little bit of extra motivation. Back to you, Mike, JD.
The goalies. Chris Osgood has never lost to Dallas here in Detroit. He battled back from his problem in Game 2, and according to his coach, was responsible for the win in Game 3. And at the other end, a guy who has to battle back from a flawed game last time, Ed Belfour. But his history shows that he will do just that. In charge of the game, Dan Maruelli, Dan Shakty, Kevin Collins, the linesman, Kerry Fraser, the standby. The off-ice officials are from Washington. Gilchrist with a shot that sticked high by Ed Belfour. Larry Murphy drops back on defense. Sean Chambers of the Dallas defense cannot play because of a knee. So Craig Muni, the veteran, is in the lineup today. Osgood covers. Greg Adams is out as well with an injury, and Jamie Wright is in it forward for Dallas. But let's look back on this series. Martin Lapointe with his 6th goal in the playoffs Game 1. Ed Belfour with a solid effort in Game 2. Nick Lidstrom 2 goals and an assist in Game 3. In that flawed game we talked about, Ed Belfour was hoping to draw a penalty here. He did not, had to scamper back to the crease. Not in time. Martin Lapointe beat him.
Eddie Belfour was saying that there was 3 really strange goals against him in the last game. He feels that, hey, that's over with. The 3 goals are gone. Hopefully all out in one game. And he just wants to rebound, which he normally does. Belfour, after having a questionable game all season long, bounced back to win. As you see the Stars here go with another shot towards the net. That was a face-off that was won by Dallas. Steve Yzerman told me he feels that the Stars are the toughest face-off team that they faced all season long. Ken Hitchcock on his team, a couple things to watch for. He's going to play 3 centermen a lot. Watch for Benoit Hogue to play the wing and to do a lot of banging and crashing. And he said watch for wrist shots from the point on the power play.
One change for Detroit. Joe Kocur is out, and Doug Brown is back in. Shot knocked down in front by McCowan. Loose puck, scrapped for and tossed aside by McCowan, and chipped back to neutral ice. No points in the last 7 games for the twirling Sergei Zubov. But now Sergei Fedorov hands it on back for Bob Rouse. Banks it over to Brendan Shanahan, who fires, and a save made by Belfour. Shanahan, another of the top-scoring players in the lineup, but with no points in his case in the last 6 games.
And Zubov now stuck in his own zone. The defenseman without a stick here.
Hustling over is Holmstrom. Took a hit, but drove it back around. Bob Basson saw it go by. Kept alive by Erickson. Floated back in for Holmstrom. Holmstrom tried to center, but it went off a skate. Still, they battled for it. And reaching it to throw it back up is the veteran Guy Carbonneau of Dallas.
Zubov ought to just get off the ice. Now finally he gets to the bench.
Draper's shot is wide. Kept by Erickson, and in front it's flagged down by Daryl Sador and iced. And so the touch-up from Slava Fetisov.
Well-paced beginning to this game for both hockey clubs. Both teams throwing the puck to the net as much as possible. And a good response here from the fans in Detroit as they see the game start again. Dallas hopes to go with 3 centermen, Mike. Get a lot of ice time from Carbonneau, Modano, and Skrudland. And when the game started, Dallas had Modano on the ice. Right away, Detroit had Lidstrom and Murphy, the defense pairing against Mike Modano. So it'll be interesting to see how Detroit goes. Will they continue with just rolling 4 lines, because Dallas is not going to. Modano also said playing 23, 24 minutes in a game against Detroit, that's like playing 33 and 43 minutes. He said everywhere you go, there's somebody on you. There's a stick on you. You got to fight through sticks. 6 or 7 times Modano has gotten to the bench and said, I'm just exhausted. I hope the period's over. Detroit really playing Modano tough so far in this series.
Puck turned to center ice and handled there and thrown back on by Nick Lidstrom. Followed on back, and Benoit Hogue turned it back in for Dallas. It is Osgood sweeping it around behind, but went away from Lidstrom. Pivoting with it now is Slava Kozlov. Guides it back across. It's worked back on for Igor Larionov. Larionov taps on back for Nick Lidstrom.
It's an example of Hogue playing left wing. He's playing now with Modano. Modano getting more ice. Hogue, the left side. They want Benoit Hogue and his power that he has to forecheck and crash.
Here comes Mike Modano. Score! Oh, he hit the post. I thought he had it in. It kicked back out and was not in. I beg your pardon.
That was close. There's a lot of people who thought it was in, Mike. Boy, Modano skating freely and skating well here early.
So now Lidstrom in a scoreless game. I just want to acquaint myself with that fact, that's all. Here goes Rouse. Rouse back on defense. After him was Keane. Boy, I like the pace in this one, John.
Very, very solid, quick pace with both hockey clubs, and everything with Dallas is to the net. See that? Even Hatcher tried the backhand there. No fancy offensive plays for Dallas early.
Steve Yzerman brings it back out for the Red Wings. Took some lumber, sped it in, and went down to the ice. McCowan. Oh, and what a collision there with Mike Keane. Keane is the guy a week ago who really reefed Darren McCarty. Sent McCarty to the bench with a smile on his face, recognizing the H in hockey stands for the hits. If there was a P in hockey, it would mean post, not a goal. The iron, and no score.
Today is a black day in the history of the NHL. It grieves me to report that the most noble symbol of the game of hockey, the Stanley Cup, has been stolen.
Question, Mr. Gifford, question.
Please, one moment. What kind of sick and twisted person would do such a thing? Police have no clues except for a sound heard by one of the night watchmen, Doobie Doobie Doo.
Doobie Doobie Doo.
Drink Bud Ice, but beware the penguins.
2 magazines, 1 double espresso, $12. Khaki pants, $45. Work boots, $85. Realizing you're unzipped before anyone else does? Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Accepted all over. Even coffee bars.
Announcing new savings from the new Dodge. With up to $1,000 extra cash back on select Dodge cars, trucks, and caravans. That's up to $1,000 in addition to existing incentives, so you could save as much as $2,000. It's our way of thanking loyal Dodge owners and welcoming new ones, because this bonus offer is open to select Ford and GM owners too, but only for a limited time. The Dodge Owners Bonus. New savings from the new Dodge.
Here's the best hit we've seen so far in this game. Keane moves into McCowan, who spots the check coming. Oh, man. Mike Keane gives up about 15 pounds there. Really throws his body around.
Murphy out in front. Backhander off the glove of Belfour by McCarty. Hustling back out is Mike Modano, but he gave it up for Lidstrom. It is Richard Matvechuk back along to Modano and then on to Jamie Langenbrunner. Langenbrunner looked like it might have been an offside play. Lettinen with a backhander. That covered by Osgood and play stop.
This has been the best line for Dallas. They're put together late in Game 3, and they're staying with the line. It's Modano with Lettinen and Langenbrunner, and they're clicking big time. Dallas has struggled to find offense and good combinations. First good pass. That second pass drew 4 Red Wings to one side, and now you can see Dallas just goes to the net. There's the backhand shot and a good save. And Chris Osgood, no rebound. He stayed away from allowing rebounds in Game 3, and that was a key part to the game for Chris Osgood. And you can see there, Yzerman picked up Modano, the opposite center, and Osgood did not allow the rebound. But Dallas is skating well here in this first period.
Ryan Skrudland to take the draw. He has Grant Marshall on the right. Back at the right point is Craig Ludwig. The face-off, at least one to the corner by Detroit, but not controlled. Quick shot is stopped by Osgood. He has had to be strong so far.
Mike, I think sometimes a team will allow the other team to win a draw and then get there and recover it. Now, on this play, Yzerman beat Skrudland, but Basson right here, the man there, watch him get to the puck here and force the turnover. I think Skrudland allowed Yzerman to win the draw, then set up the shot on goal, and Osgood had to be terrific in making the save.
Skrudland hustled right back in there. He was ready for this draw, topped it to the corner, played back along for Brendan Shanahan of Detroit.
I think they did it again. I think they forced the puck back to the right corner to the young defenseman Eriksson, and then try to force offense from it.
Yzerman backhanded it in. It's jammed back around by Belfour. Whipped back out by Marshall and controlled by Eriksson. Sergei Fedorov tried to float it ahead. Blocked down now by Marshall. Marshall a drive, and it's held by Osgood.
Chris Osgood establishing himself early here again. Here's the face-off. Now let's roll. You see Skrudland. Watch Skrudland go around this side as Yzerman draws the puck back there. Let's watch and see if it's on purpose. See how he zips around? Now let's back it up again and go forward. He knows Yzerman's going to go to his right. See him zip around? Now Basson's in on the other side. Skrudland now goes the other way. So I think it's done on purpose. Here's the long shot with a puck on edge. Difficult for a goaltender, and Osgood fought it off and made the save. There was a shot just like that last night that Juneau scored against Hasek to make it 2-0 for Washington. The long shot with the puck rolling. This time Osgood fought it off and made a good save.
Washington ahead in that series after losing game 1, winning the next 3. Buffalo did not lose 3 straight all year. Here's Pat Verbeek with an opening. Save Osgood! Rebound! And he's able to cover that one and send it behind. Blocked around now by Verbeek. Worked back up the boards and kept alive by Zubov. It is McCowan, and it is a penalty coming up. It'll be against Detroit.
Interference call, and Dallas has earned the power play. Detroit, not quite as sharp as Dallas. The only guy sharp for Detroit is the goalie.
You protected your face all night. Why stop in the locker room? The Norelco Reflex Action Razor. Anything closer could be too close for comfort.
Shanahan, interference. 4:36 elapsed time in the period. Dallas has been empty for 17 on the power play in this series.
Watch for wrist shots from the point. Zubov and Sador playing the point for Dallas. They want wrist shots. Detroit's penalty killing has just been fabulous. Yzerman said the key is their forwards in their own zone don't run up too long and too fast against the defenseman to create a gap behind them. He said, other than that, we just work hard at killing penalties.
The Stars angle it in. Came over for McCarty. Chopped at by Modano. Drilled back along by Larry Murphy. Retreating is Zubov.
That allows all 4 penalty killers to change. 0 for 17, as you said, Mike. 1 for the last 48. Dallas needs one desperately to try and get the lead. They're a much better team with the lead.
Jamie Langenbrunner ahead. Sneaking on is Modano. Snapped down by Osgood and then drilled to the corner. Though he has not scored yet, we are seeing the Mike Modano of the past flower here.
He's flying. Flying.
And he'll get even more ice time as a result of that.
Benoit Hogue moved to center ice for the power play here on the second unit.
Zubov shooting one that's deflected into the seats.
And because the puck went off of Pat Verbeek, the faceoff comes outside the Detroit zone. The shots are 5-2, but it almost seems like more than that. Not much of quality for Scotty's team against Eddie Belfour. Scotty said he wants his team to stay out of the penalty box. Penalty killing a lot, he said. Usually around a third of a game, puts too much pressure on the penalty killers like Yzerman and Fedorov. As you see again, Osgood make the save off the shoulder. Man, he's fighting those high shots and making good saves. Really battling is Osgood. But Scotty says, you know, we use Fedorov, we use Yzerman a lot to kill penalties. And if we have to kill too many, they can start to get tired.
Boy, what a stark set of figures you just saw there. 8-1. You think we'll see Modano before the end of this power play?
He had 1 shift, and it was his regular line, his even strength line with Lettinen and Langenbrunner. I don't know. He's had a lot of ice time early.
Brought ahead by Zubov. Offside.
Maltby knocking into Mike Keane, knocking him offside, which is a good play if you get away with it. Good job by Maltby to force the offside.
Young man from suburban Detroit. Grew up here, and he wears number 9, and they asked him, well, is that because of Gordie Howe? And he said, well, that's part of it. And the other part of it is that my dad grew up in Boston, and Ted Williams wore number 9 there. And then the other part of it is when I got to Minnesota, it was the only one they had available.
But I'll tell you what, if you're in the sporting world and you look at Gordie Howe and Ted Williams, how about that? 9 isn't bad.
No. And 9 hasn't been bad thus far. Despite the scoreless nature of this game, 21 seconds to go, and Belfour with a misplay, and he got help.
And he has not handled the puck at all well here in the first period. He may be having a little case of the nerves, the jitters a little bit. He's not getting any work.
The shots are 5-2 in favor of Dallas. Detroit had the first 2 in the game.
Mike, the last game here, Detroit scored on 4 of their first 6 scoring chances. Belfour to the bench, a delayed penalty again against Detroit. They kill one off. Fedorov now goes for cross-checking.
What? What?
Well, we have a little action-reaction. Action by Mike Keane hitting Fedorov, and then reaction by Fedorov with the cross-check to Keane, pushing him over. The referee saw it, and Dallas goes on another power play.
Puck chipped back to the point on this second power play, and the wrist shot is blocked down by Lidstrom and drilled by Yzerman. It went off the linesman's skate and kicked right over to Matvichuk, so he didn't have to give chase. Matvichuk pivoting left, and here comes Maltby. Score!
What a steal, what a shot. Maltby does all the work, steals the puck from Matvichuk, and does he roof it? Oh, baby, the water bottle jump. Right underneath the crossbar. Maltby's first shorthanded goal of the playoffs. 1-0 Detroit. Maltby's stick. He had to fight off the stick of Matvichuk as he fans on the puck. Watch Maltby shield the stick away. Get it away right there. And then the top corner shot, a beautiful shot. Depressing for Dallas. They've controlled the play. Watch their reaction. They needed a big save. It was a perfect shot. And it's 1-0 Detroit. Whoa, what a play by Maltby. Talking about changing the fortunes of a game immediately.
The score of the first goal in every game in this series has been on the eventual winning team that night. McCowan jousted to the boards and glass by Pat Verbeek. Penalty coming up. It's going to be on Dallas.
A double whammy. This time it's going to be Benoit Hogue going, and guess who it was that drew the penalty? That guy, Maltby. What a shift. What a shift for Maltby. A shorthanded goal. He stays on the ice. Here he draws the penalty by Benoit Hogue as he gets driven into the glass. So Hogue goes. Maltby with a sensational shift on behalf of Detroit. Detroit was not playing well. All of a sudden, it just turns, just like that. With some great play by a rugged, aggressive forward in Maltby.
Adding to the flame and the emotion of this afternoon now is a little more of a dramatic effect. We're starting to notice fog, particularly in the corners. It's not gotten to a difficult stage yet, but this is a part of history too, and they have gone to great lengths to try to keep these various arenas properly controlled humidity-wise for hockey. Look at all of this. That's what it takes.
They're trying to get some proper air into the building and get the humidity out of here. Bad storms in the Detroit area today. Very, very humid. And remember, we're right next door to the Detroit River. So there's even more humidity in this area surrounding Joe Louis Arena. 4-on-4 action, Mike, and Madonna's out there with all that speed.
Thus far in the playoffs, Dallas has scored 2 goals. Detroit has scored 2 goals in 4-on-4. Lidstrom, save made by Belfour.
The Matvichuk turnover again.
An 82-mile-an-hour slap shot by Nick Lidstrom, but on now comes Madonna. Wrist shot turned aside by Osgood. Paddled away, but into traffic. Osgood covers and then scoops it behind with his glove. Slava Kozlov bringing it ahead. Kozlov just twirls away. In 40 seconds, Fedorov will be released. The Red Wings had scored a shorthanded goal. Maltby collecting it. No assists. On the steal from Matvichuk, who just did not get any wood on it as he tried to handle, and it just flopped right off his stick.
He's playing the power play because Chambers isn't here. Chambers is, or not playing, let's put it that way. Chambers out with a knee injury. He'd normally be on the power play, so Matvichuk asked to do more than what normally happens. And because of that, Mike, with no Chambers, Dallas can't put Hatcher in front of the net on the power play, in front of Chris Osgood. So with the injury to Chambers, it really makes Dallas reassess their power play.
Just released from the box, Fedorov. Power play, Detroit. Slithered on through. Doug Brown trying to pull his way through. Can't do it because of Darian Hatcher. And this one scaled back down. Ken Hitchcock said yesterday, one of the members of the coaching staff, he did not identify which one, wanted Hatcher on the power play at the front of the net. It worked really well in one game against Edmonton. Big drive, and it went wide from Eriksson. But for reasons John just mentioned, they can't do it. Bouncing puck came over, lobbed back along for Yzerman, but it's Zubov. Zubov and Yzerman cross sticks. Fed on by Brown, lifted off the glass by Ludwig, and kept by Eriksson. Worked closely along now for Brown. Finesses into Yzerman. Around in front, a backhander sealed off by Belfour.
Good play by Eddie Belfour. Good job in front by Strudland and by Zubov taking care of business. The power play for Detroit has expired.
Now that Wendy's is sponsoring the NHL, Dave is heading for the rink.
Here's your skates, Dave.
Can we play on ice?
What a kidder. Nice goal, eh? Nice goal, eh?
Don't need this, Dave. What for?
We can't have you taking one in the melon now, can we?
Oh. Mike, maybe we ought to have lunch first.
Then come to Wendy's for a delicious Big Bacon Classic Combo with Biggie fries and a 20-ounce drink. We call it the hat trick.
I know the perfect position for you.
Really?
Try a Big Bacon Classic Combo today.
My dad always said, as soon as I get a computer, you'll come out with something better. So, to make sure people like Dad always have the latest computer, we've invented YourWare, technology that grows with you. For just $49.95 a month, you get a computer with an Intel Pentium 2 processor, unlimited internet access, and you can trade it in toward a new one in 2 years. What do you call this thing? YourWare. Call 1-800-GATEWAY, and let's talk about YourWare.
Ladies and gentlemen, a special moment. Now let's hear from public address announcer Bud Lynch.
Welcoming back two members of the Detroit Red Wings, who are always in our hearts and our prayers. We believe in their strength and recovery. We know that all of you believe too. Welcome back, number 16, Vladimir Konstantinov and Sergei Mametchikova.
Play resumed. You know, when you hear cheering for a goal or a save, it comes from your brain. You calculate how your team's going to do, and it's measured by that. An ovation like this you don't calculate because it's right from your heart. Mike Keane flips it, and it's held on to by Osgood.
Mike, very, very emotional.
It is.
It's okay to be emotional, man. This city of Detroit is very warm with its athletes, and these two, man, what a scene.
It is one of the most powerful warships, with satellite communications, radar and propulsion systems that are the most advanced in the world. But USS Mitcher cannot do a single thing without you. Because the most important part of USS Mitcher is her crew of over 250 sailors who every day embark on a journey of honor, of courage, and of commitment. Call 1-800-USA-NAVY. Let the journey begin.
Back to play here. 1-0 Detroit ahead. 10:05 to go, and we notice the fog again. Here is Rouse. Taken to the corner by Marshall. Chipped along by Federer. Oh, was he ever freight trained by Basson, but that'll cost a couple of minutes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The puck was not there. Charging's a call against Bob Basson. He does not agree with the call, but when you nail a person 6 or 8 or 10 feet away from the puck, you're going to get a penalty, and Sergei Fedorov was really lined up. Basson sees him. Now he wants him. He moves across. It's a clean hit. I mean, he exploded on impact, but the problem was Fedorov was not near the puck. Fedorov looked up at Basson. So here's Fedorov with the puck. The puck will be gone. See, it's gone. And boom. Oh, baby. Basson saw an opportunity to lay one right into Sergei Fedorov and took advantage of it. But that cost his team a penalty. Mike, I was talking to John Wharton, the trainer with the Detroit Red Wings, and who to thank regarding Konstantinov and his family. And he said the Ilitch family, the owners of the Red Wings, have been just marvelous. And he also said the people in Detroit at the Beaumont Hospital did a great job with everything. And along with that, the therapists and doctors in Florida who don't want their names mentioned, they don't have large egos, they don't need that mentioned. They just have been so wonderful in helping getting these individuals back on their, just back and able to do things like coming here this afternoon. They'd really like to say thanks, but in particular to the Ilitch family.
Fedorov moving in, challenged there by Ludwig. It's put around behind and swept back away from Lidstrom, and it went back down the ice. Well, Joe Micheletti provided some insight into all of this too in a minute. We'll get to that as a good shot. Short-handed by Letton and went off the glove of Osgood. Fedorov fell, but played it on further. That Konstantinov is not just here on a temporary visit. He's going to stay till fall.
Yeah, which is great stuff. And they're hoping that with Vladdy back here, again with his therapy, being around the team, that'll stimulate everything, get him going and continue to improve.
Murphy a shot. Oh, and it was tipped wide. As right in the face of Belfour again was Holmstrom.
Belfour having some words with the referee about traffic around the goal net.
And about Holmstrom being in his face like that. It was right at the edge of the crease. Shot by Kozlov is held.
Oh, baby.
Oh, and a hit coming from Hatcher.
And LaPointe just got nailed. He went to the net and Hatcher laid one into him. LaPointe up, having some more words. LaPointe loves to jabber. He loves to talk to opposition players. Watch him go to the net. Larionov gave the puck to Kozlov. Now the goalie's got the puck. He's made the save. Here goes LaPointe, and ooh, baby.
Man.
Carbonneau and Hatcher made a sandwich out of him. LaPointe jumped right back up and had a few choice words. He loves to talk, and he's been on a roll. His scoring has been terrific with 6 goals in his last 9 games. Hits by game. Dallas 42. A lot of hitting in game 3. I think we've seen some good hitting here, but maybe not as much as game 3, especially early.
You know, I don't want to take away from those figures either because they are impressive. But I wonder if it takes a little more to get a hit registered in Dallas than it does in Detroit, where the game 3 shots or hits.
Oh, Belfour. Remember Belfour got Holmstrom in game 1 of this series up through the legs with a stick? Well, he just got LaPointe this time, and there was 2 times he got him here. Once on the ankle with a backhand slash, and one right up through the legs. That's not called yet. This one will be. Oh, no. Oh.
Karl Malone
mailman. It's been a long time.
Whoa! Mailman! You grew hair. That's right. Couldn't have done it without my Rogaine.
The new Rogaine Extra Strength for Men. It's concentrated. It gets more to the root to grow 45% more hair than the original.
Nice rebound.
Carl, sign my Rogaine. The new Rogaine. 45% more hair.
It delivers for me.
If you flinch easily, you may want to look away.
You know what it is now, though. It really is a two-man advantage for Detroit for 39 seconds. Is right between the legs. See the points outside the goal crease there. He stayed outside the goal crease, and Belfour takes an undisciplined penalty. You know, Eddie loves to get nasty, and he loves to play tough around his goal crease. And so far, LaPointe, a little red around the cheeks and the ears, but he's okay by the looks of it. So it's a 5-on-3. Penalty minutes. Osgood with 8. Hasek and Kolzig with 4. These are the 4 remaining #1 goaltenders. And Eddie Belfour goes from 16 to 18 minutes by that uppercut with his goal stick. This is a very serious time of this game. Dallas trouble scoring. Dallas with a power play that's -1 in this game. They called it tripping. And they do things to cattle on the farms in the spring. You know, the calves. You know what I mean? Dry oysters or something.
Well, the 5-on-3 now begins for Detroit.
I've never seen a calf called for tripping or a calf get tripped.
Here's Lidstrom giving across then to Murphy. Then back to Lidstrom. In deep, here's Yzerman with a shot off the shoulder of Belfour, and he covers.
You know, Belfour gave another slash to one of the players in front. And then after that, he was able to make the save. And you'll see a really smart Steve Yzerman here. Wait for the goaltender to drop down. Look at Belfour. It's Shanahan this time. Oh, there's another one. Now watch Yzerman wait till Belfour went down. Now he's going to try and go up. And you can see the puck just went off his shoulder. That was close. Yzerman, who's a right-handed shot. See, he can have his feet behind the goal line and still get a good shot. And he sees the top corner. Oh, right off the number 20. A close play. And right now the referee's talking to Belfour, and I think warning him again. There you can see Yzerman. He is screwed. He tried to hit the top shelf. I think Belfour was just warned again by the referee, Mike. He's got to be careful. Eddie plays with fire in his eyes, but at times you have to really control that fire.
Dallas fans will recall a lot of fire in the San Jose series in particular, some against Edmonton, but a lot in San Jose on the part of several players, but Belfour in particular. And there was talk about discipline. Ken Hitchcock doesn't discourage playing aggressively, even if a penalty comes from it. But this type he would. They're down to 7 seconds on the first of the penalties, the one to Bassett. It's dealt back to Lidstrom. Fakes the drive and holds. Yzerman again. Same place. Ricocheted off the post and off, and they score!
The Wings are making him pay. You'll see the Wings put 2 men in front of Belfour. Yzerman's a quarterback. There's a shot off the post. The puck sits around, and Yzerman just jabs it in right underneath Eddie Belfour to get the goal on the power play. See Belfour there. Stopped the puck a little bit, but it got through him, hit the post. Now, Eddie's not sure where it is. Yzerman reads it. Watch him dart in. Look at the puck. Belfour still doesn't know where it is. Carbonneau nudges it, and then Yzerman on the second effort got it with his hockey stick with the blade. It's 2-0 Detroit. And they are making Dallas pay for a mistake. A mistake with Matt Tkachuk handling the puck. A mistake with Eddie Belfour putting his team down 2 men. And it's 2-0 Detroit. Dallas has to be getting frustrated, Mike. They have not played that bad. They're down by 2.
The frustrating thing, too, is Joe Micheletti was pointing this out to us yesterday. Dallas is saying some of the things that St. Louis said in the last round. You know, these guys are beatable.
The slash by Hatcher. Right now, Larionov, who's still down. The puck was in the Detroit zone. Larionov had turned towards the puck, and Hatcher just reached out and swatted him right behind the leg. The referee did not see it. As it is getting nasty, LaPointe in the middle of it again. That's Larionov down on the ice. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2
Dodge Ram gives you the most powerful overall line of pickup engines on the planet, including 2 gutsier V8s, the most powerful V10, and a diesel that's more muscular than ever. You'll be glad to know we also worked on this, making it easy to answer the oft-asked question, wow, what have you got under there? Dodge Ram. Lease a Ram regular cab for $214 a month with owner's bonus for select Dodge and competitive owners.
This year, all 26 teams of the NHL will be drinking Powerade. But only one will drink from this cup. Powerade, the sports drink behind the NHL. Play on.
Introducing a revolution in car wax. New Bullet Wax from Prestone. The first high-gloss car wax in its own pre-filled, trigger-release applicator. In a side-by-side comparison, Prestone Bullet Wax went on twice as fast as conventional wax. You get more coverage with less effort and a showroom shine in half the time. Join the revolution in the Prestone zone. Get new Bullet Wax, because nothing outshines a speeding bullet.
Let's check out this Larionov injury. That's Larionov and Hatcher. Now, the other thing to watch here is the referee looking in that direction. Now, as Larionov skates in front of Hatcher, now we stop it right in here. Stop it, guys. The referee's now screened out. He can't see it. Now watch what Hatcher does with Larionov. To the back of the right knee, and he goes down hard. And there's a nerve back there behind your knee, on the outside of your knee, that when you get clipped with a stick or a slash, your leg goes numb. And he's having a lot of trouble. He can't put any weight on his knee, on his leg, pardon me. I suspect he'll be back. But your leg, a lot of hockey players get this, where you get, if it is indeed the nerve that got hit, you go numb. You get no strength, no feeling, no anything. So Larionov down, and Hatcher got away with a slash.
Boy, you don't play in-your-face hockey for 5 weeks, almost 6 now in the Stanley Cup playoffs without having some welts like Slava Fetisov was showing there. And Dallas has some too.
Yeah. Fetisov got an accidental high stick from a teammate in front of the bench.
Well, on the scoring of the power play goal, by the way, first minor penalty had ended, and so it was called against the second minor. So very quickly, the Belfour minor was over. The teams are at full strength now, but the ice has been tilted. Pretty good rocking hit on Matvichuk. Gilchrist was hit by Hatcher. No penalty was called because the linesman did not see it either. They could have told the referee about it, but they didn't notice it either. So Hatcher picked the right time. You may notice a little bit of fog there. Meanwhile, it's Gilchrist back out. We're going to get a penalty coming up.
Offensive zone. Mike Modano's going to go. And Dallas is self-destructing. It's a tripping call to Modano. He's really not happy with it. But I'll tell you what, there's one team that was being outplayed early. That was Detroit, but they have shown more poise in the last 5 minutes than Dallas has. Larry Murphy there. There's Modano in the fog. And there's a bump and a push down by Modano. Modano actually got hit by Murphy up high with an elbow, it looked like. And Modano then pushed Murphy down to the ice, who had his feet twisted up. And it was very easy to knock Murphy down. That's what the referee saw. And Modano goes. The last 3 penalties, Mike. Modano offensive zone, Bassin offensive zone, and the goaltender Belfour using his goal stick.
As soon as the referee's arm came up, I looked across at Ken Hitchcock, and he was clapping his hands. I'm not sure what Scotty's got in mind here, but I'm sure it's something pertaining to this power play. But immediately started clapping his hands and talking up and down the bench. You just can't have any more of this, guys. No more. Detroit is 1 for 3 on the power play. They have 5 shots, and they lead the game 2-0 with a power play goal and a shorthanded goal. Under 6 minutes and 55 seconds to go in the period. Dumped back along through Shanahan, but followed up and steered back out by Murphy. On now to Fedorov. Got out of the way of the joust from Zubov. Fed back around. Daryl Sador checked off by Shanahan. What did you notice, John?
Carbonneau just got nailed. I mean, Lapointe went hunting. Carbonneau got a stick up to defend himself, but Lapointe is really throwing the body around.
Here comes Fedorov, sliding it back off. Big shot by Lapointe, is steered to the glass by Belfour. 78 miles an hour on the shot by Martin Lapointe. Worked back across for Skrudland to clear back down. 6 minutes, 10 seconds to go first period, and we're down to the last minute 10 on the Modano minor. Osgood saw it taken and worked back ahead by Fetisov, who gives on now to Yzerman. Flipping it ahead, and down to the ice went McCarty. Skrudlin flips off Yzerman's stick and back down. The shots are 10-7 Detroit. It was 2-0 Detroit, then 5-2 Dallas. And then things started to change with Detroit getting power plays. On comes Kozlov, worms it across for Yzerman, but they must play in neutral ice. Now it's dropped in, and they fix their bayonets and go after it. Matvichuk blasts it back off the glass and down.
Big penalty kill for Dallas, and they look sharp. No setup time, but Yzerman wasn't on the ice for a while. He is now.
Laid back ahead for control by Yzerman. Threw it on through Holmstrom. Basson checked off. Matvichuk spins it back down.
A good penalty kill, in particular by Matvichuk.
Here's Yzerman bringing it ahead. Fakes and then hands to Kozlov. Pulls off and shoots. Blocked down in front. And cleared back out again. Sprawling in front of that one for the Dallas Stars was Craig Muni. The only defensive change that they've made in this series, and that because of the injury to Sean Chambers.
And he has not played since the first 2 games of their last series, and that was against Edmonton.
Muni back for this one. Teams are back at full strength. Bouncing puck. McCowan had some trouble with it. Verbeek tries to paw his way through and can't. Neutral ice. Puck taken along by Hogue. Benoit Hogue flops it back in. McCowan goes for that, but then rout. Spun back off, and Holmstrom put it off the back of a skate. Swept back away to the boards and playing it as McCowan again. Dallas bringing out a fresh set of defensemen. Muni peels over near the bench and comes for the change. Drilled wide by Sador. Lapointe tried to get him. And we mean get.
Yeah, Lapointe is probably doing more hitting than any other Red Wing forward here in this first period.
Back is McCowan. Dallas is forechecking, starting to at least pay off with some puck possession in the Detroit zone. But not many good chances resulting in the last 10 minutes on Chris Osgood. Scaled ahead, and here's Fedorov to test with Zubov. Fedorov crosses, left the puck behind, turned back along by Lettinen. Fed on across for a play to be made to Modano, feathered through for Langenbrunner. Langenbrunner trying to get back in deep. Check to the boards, and still they scrap for it. Shanahan able to peel off with it right out in front, and it's angled away from Lapointe. On across to Zubov again. Sergei Zubov tried to play it through, but it's collared and walked back ahead by McCarty. And so again, Dallas retreats, and Detroit makes a change in line. Zubov hustling ahead as Juha Lind up the wing and angles one that he hopes will get to him, but instead it's Osgood. Bouncing puck thrown to the front, but blocked off by Gilchrist. Good aggressive play along the boards by both teams. And play stopped. 2:53 to go, first period at Joe Louis Arena. The home team up by 2.
Drink Bud Ice, but beware the penguins.
Oh, great. Man, that tuna.
These AC Delco parts are about the most dependable you can buy. They should really help improve your performance.
Come on, they're all the same. I'll take some out of this bushel basket.
Okay.
AC Delco. No matter what you drive, if you're not asking for it, you're asking for it.
Get ready to get creative. Get into a Rebel G. Go beyond snapshots. Experience the ultimate rush.
Cool.
Rebel G and only EOS lenses from Canon.
Don't let a flat tire put you up against the wall. Even with no air pressure, Goodyear AquaSteel Run Flat drives up to 50 miles to safety. New AquaSteel Run Flat.
Goodyear, Goodyear.
Mike, you need smart goaltenders. Watch Osgood leave the puck but fake the pass. Now he fakes it. There goes the black jersey the other way, and he left the puck for Fetisov, who could casually come out of his own zone. That's a pretty smart play by a young goaltender and Chris Osgood. Let's watch and see if Skrudland loses the face-off on purpose. Not this time.
Matvichuk a shot, and that one ricocheted and went to the corner. Wrapped around by Eriksson, kept alive by Hatcher. Darian Hatcher with a pitchfork backhander that's blocked down by Steve Yzerman. Follow up, Fetisov sent flying by Marshall, but instead retreating to play as Skrudland. The last 2.5 minutes of the first period. Maltby shorthanded. Yzerman a power play goal. 2-0 Detroit. Matvichuk rammed. Stepping into him was Darren McCarty, the hit leader for his team in the series as well as in the playoffs this year. Yzerman back across. Eriksson dropped it behind, then took a hit.
So you notice, Mike, that the right winger was McCarty. The left defenseman was Matvichuk. Detroit's trying to set up big wingers when Matvichuk's on the ice, so they can hit him instead of Matvichuk hitting the wings. That's one thing Scotty Bowman and his team have done here on home ice. Bigger wingers for Matvichuk.
And in the last game, unlike the first two, Matvichuk did not register a hit, so it worked. Ludwig put it in front, and it came back over for control in traffic, then left behind by Lidstrom. Penalty coming up. It'll be on Kozlov, and the Red Wings will be shorthanded.
Lettinen draws the penalty. McCarty now going after Modano. Modano gets some help from Muni. Oh, baby. This Martin Lapointe is everywhere, and he has shown up in ill humor. Larionov back for his first shift since he got clipped by the stick from Hatcher. And he was back with Kozlov on his line. Kozlov was to get the original penalty. At that point, Lapointe moved over, went after Modano, and then Muni jumped in, and Lapointe, I would suspect Lapointe and Muni will get a couple of minutes each, and Kozlov will get the original, and that'll give Dallas a power play with 1:38 to go in the first period. We can see Lettinen reaching. Watch Kozlov with his stick. Pulls out the ankle of Lettinen as he kept going, looking for the puck. And then Modano was in there, and Lapointe, boy, is he showing up. He's still going. Look at him. He wants to know from the referee what the call was or why. There you can see everybody getting together. Lapointe has played a hard game here. And there you see Craig Muni coming across to protect his player. McCarty and Brian Skrudland. Skrudland was attempting to get over to his bench, and there's McCarty wanting to change. Again, Detroit, Scotty Bowman reads things, and he sees that, yeah, in the first 2 games in Dallas, Matvichuk played a physical couple of games. He was hitting Yzerman a lot, Fedorov a lot, and he said, the heck with that, we got to change things. Ken Hitchcock's getting his way on home ice. Here in Detroit, big wingers like McCarty on the ice when Matvichuk's out there, so they go right after Matvichuk.
Muni and Lapointe roughing minors, but the outstanding penalty, the one to Kozlov for tripping, that was at 18:22. That's the original, and that's the one that will give Dallas an opportunity with 1:38 to go in the first period. And as you observed earlier, John, not playing badly at all.
No,
but down by 2.
Short-handed goal and a giveaway and some bad penalties that led to a Detroit power play goal. And it was not a pretty power play goal. It was just puck on the net and go to look for rebounds. Lidstrom and Murphy, the defense pairing for Detroit, always start penalty kills. And there they go again.
It is Mike Keane. Shoved to the corner by Murphy. Puck scaled behind. Osgood with it there. Flipped it along for Yzerman. Crunched into a man. Lifted around behind, and Zubov will try to keep it from going out, and he does. Just inside the line. Back across to Sador. Daryl Sador hands back to Zubov. Hawked by Fedorov. Sador worked it back in for Pat Verbeek. Shuttled it along to Keane. Mike Keane tapped it back to the point. Zubov up with it there. Zubov once more. Modano. Zubov. Sador. But cut by Yzerman and lobbed back down.
There's what Yzerman was telling us, Mike, on their penalty kill. If the forwards get too high on the defenseman, Dallas will make that pass in between us, in between our forwards and defensemen. That time Yzerman stayed down low. Dallas tried the nice pass through the middle, and Yzerman was right there.
Maltby hustling ahead, trying to chip it away from Sador, but it's twirled back on for Lettinen. Brought on further by big Darian Hatcher. Hands it off to Langenbrunner. Came back to him off of Maltby. Langenbrunner hands on for Matvichuk. Oh, and Maltby hit him while he was down. Pitch back along by McCowan.
Hatcher in front on this power play. There he is.
Tried a deflection. Worked away by McCowan, but now it's Lettinen. Rushed back off by Bob Rouse.
Oh.
Chris Draper's giving away a lot of size to Hatcher. Almost everyone on either roster would be. Now it's a wrist shot held by Osgood. And play is stopped. 5.4 to go in the period. Coming up at intermission, JB along with Dave and Terry Crisp will show you the highlights, plus a conversation with Detroit superstar center Sergei Fedorov. That's all next at intermission.
These guys were having a pretty good time in the pregame show, weren't they?
Making
JB
predictions,
and Dave and Crispy.
arguing.
Yeah, oh, baby. Ken Hitchcock told us we won't put Hatcher in front on the power play unless we're desperate. We're still in the first period, and you can see Dallas is getting desperate. You know, Osgood got away with a trip there. And Hatcher kept it going. He moves across here and goes in on Draper. And boy, is he big. And Hatcher has good hands for a big man. And he plays it tough. Carbonneau on the draw with Yzerman. Yzerman said a lot of times Carbonneau will lift the stick and kick the puck back. So he's expecting it right here. We'll see what happens. Yeah, he tried to do it there. I think Yzerman's ready for it, trying to lock him up right away.
Good shot is blocked off. Thrown back along by Murphy. And that'll do it on the period. Boy, that worked. They pulled the trigger well, but could not get it past Chris Osgood. 10 shots apiece in the period. The end of the period with the Red Wings ahead 2-0. James Brown, Dave Maloney, Terry Crisp with the intermission report after these messages and a word from your local Fox station.
Fox Sports coverage of the Stanley Cup playoffs brought to you by Quaker State, Sensible Technology. What more do you need to know? By Bud Ice and Bud Ice Light, the official beer sponsors of the NHL. By the U.S. Navy. Navy, let the journey begin. And by the new Dodge. It's about change.
Sandra Bullock has stumbled onto a secret. Now someone is erasing her identity.
Just give us the disc and we'll give you your life back.
The Net, Wednesday at 8, 7 Central.
Due to popular demand, we've extended the Nissan Pre-Memorial Day event to Memorial Day and beyond, which means we've extended our incredible lease on the luxurious Nissan Maxima GXE. Just $289 a month for 39 months with an initial payment of $999. So get down to your Nissan retailer now and spend Memorial Day and beyond somewhere really exciting in that new Maxima you just leased for only $289 a month. The extended Nissan Pre-Memorial Day event at your Nissan retailer only through June 1st.
Tag, you're it.
It's okay to act like a kid, but you don't have to eat like one. McDonald's introduces the Big Kids Meal. 2 quarter-pounder with cheese sandwiches, a large order of America's favorite fries, and a medium soft drink. All for just $3.99. And each Big Kids Meal has coupons for over $30 in discounts at Cedar Point. Did somebody say McDonald's?
Your streets are burning, baby. I keep yearning for you. I keep on dreaming, baby, that my love is just for you. My downtown dream is beauty. My downtown dream is you. I keep on dreaming, baby, that your love is really true.
Oh, downtown dream.
Chrysler in Plymouth announces the Owner's Bonus Sale. These unbeatable savings are also extended to all GM loyalty coupon holders and Ford appreciation coupon holders. Select customers save $1,750 on America's lowest priced minivan, Plymouth Voyager, $2,000 on Plymouth Grand Voyager, or $2,000 on the ultimate minivan, Chrysler Town & Country. And when you choose our low 1.9 APR, you still get the extra $1,000 Owner's Bonus.
See one of your Chrysler and Plymouth superstores today.
The NHL on Fox 2, brought to you locally by Motorola. Motorola gives you wings. Wings set you free.
It's the MasterCard $1 Million Stanley Cup shot presented by the NHL on Fox. One lucky viewer will get a chance to play along at home for $1 million during Fox's Game 1 broadcast of the Stanley Cup Finals next Saturday or next Tuesday. So watch Game 1 here on Fox, and don't forget to have your MasterCard ready. As we welcome you back to the Fox Network Center along with Terry Crisp and Dave Maloney, I'm James Brown. A very emotional period 1 in Detroit for 2 reasons upcoming.
Vladimir Constantina and Sergei Manetchikala.
Folks, that's the highlight of the year for me, and I hope I can speak for James and Terry. But let's get to the highlights. Pat Verbeek, 12 games without a goal. Turnover in the neutral zone. He goes in, gets robbed by Osgood, but Detroit gets on the board first, Terry.
You talk about turnovers. Matvichuk has the puck. No idea. Sends it in the middle. Motley picked it up. Short-handed. Roofs it. 1-0.
I know we can both say that this is a tough game, but I'll tell you, this is a gutless play by Eddie Belfour. He gets caught. He puts his team down 5. Men to 3 on the power play. Detroit would score.
Dave, as you mentioned, a dumb play by Belfour cost him. Stevie Y, Yzerman, staying with a 2-shot, puts it in. It did cost their team dearly by Belfour.
And the Red Wings up by 2-0 that after a period of play. When we come back, talented and rich Sergei Fedorov, who also happens to be the leading goal scorer in the playoffs after this.
Announcing new savings from the new Dodge. With up to $1,000 extra cash back on select Dodge cars, trucks, and caravans. That's up to $1,000 in addition to existing incentives, so you could save as much as $2,000. It's our way of thanking loyal Dodge owners and welcoming new ones, because this bonus offer is open to select Ford and GM owners too, but only for a limited time. The Dodge Owners Bonus. New savings from the new Dodge.
Die Wand!
Die Wand! Die Wand! Die Wand! Kämpfen! Kapitalsmann! 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 Kapitalsmann!
Ja, nu är det heldigvis snart slut på hockeysäsong.
Ja, men då var det tennis, golf och fotboll.
So come to Wendy's for a 99-cent junior bacon.
Man, that cheeseburger looks good.
I love bacon. You fly, I'll buy.
No, you go to Wendy's and I'll buy. Plus, I'll throw in Biggie fries.
Yeah, well, I'll throw in Biggie fries and Biggie drinks.
When the craving hits for a Wendy's hot and juicy 99-cent junior bacon cheeseburger with 2 strips of bacon, you'll do anything to get one.
Junior bacon cheeseburgers, Biggie fries, Biggie drinks, and gas for your car.
I don't have a car.
Well, I'll buy you one.
Hey, for a car, I'll go.
Dave?
Up first in the Bud Light battle of the ladies' bands, the Fishnets! Okay, thank you, ladies. Next up, the Dream Dates! Wow, great. And finally...
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
I'm torn. They're all pretty good.
Rose, you want to win $1 million from MasterCard? Just watch Fox's coverage of the Stanley Cup Finals, baby.
Stanley? Stanley who?
Someone shoots from the ice. You play at home.
There's ice? Where?
The MasterCard $1 Million Stanley Cup Shot presented by the NHL on Fox. Have your MasterCard ready to win Fox's Game 1 coverage. If the shooter wins $1 million, you could win $1 million.
The new zero-pressure Michelin. So revolutionary it won't go flat, even with a puncture the size of a golf ball, letting you drive up to 50 miles at 55 miles per hour. Just what you'd expect from Michelin.
It's the greatest disaster since the Titanic.
I wonder how that happened.
Come on, Sharky! You call yourself the king of the jungle!
On The Simpsons tonight.
And welcome back to our coverage of the Stanley Cup playoffs right here on Fox. You know, when you talk about the NHL's elite, you absolutely have to include Detroit's Sergei Fedorov in your conversation. The question may be asked, how good is he? Well, current opponent and Dallas star Mike Modano said, quote, he's one player that I'd pay $80 to watch, end of quote. Well, we offer up Fedorov's recent visit with our Susie Kolber for free.
I learned my lesson a long time ago. It's not what about dollar sign. It's about your passion on the ice, how much you love the game, and how hard you want to play.
Try telling that to the fans, who felt betrayed as their star player held out for 59 games.
People was pretty upset. What happened, you know, all that money talk, you know, all that dollar sign, you know, get in everybody's head, and everybody was thinking that that's what it is all about. It was a part of it, but at some point, I've said it many times, it wasn't everything.
Naturally, the money, those figures, are going to be on everybody's minds. $28 million for half a season. But how tough is it for you to make everyone understand that this is an accomplishment for a lifetime?
Listen, it's like new contract. Before you get those money, you got to still work 5 or 6 years. But it didn't happen, you know, overnight or over day. It's happened that I've been putting all my life in that certain position to be where I am right now.
League MVP in '94, the following seasons his stats diminished within Scotty Bowman's system. Last year, the flashy Fedorov even had a brief stint on the blue line. The Wings won the cup, but Fedorov finished with a career-low 63 points in a contract year. He may have felt that you didn't believe in him. Is there any truth to that?
I think what happened with Sergei is he was a concerned player for the last couple of years because basically ownership and management can say to a player, look, you didn't produce this much on statistics. You know, you're not in the upper echelon, and that's the tough part of being on a winning team.
Although Sergei sacrificed his stats, he wasn't willing to sacrifice his salary. And without a contract, a 5-month holdout began.
It became a roller coaster up and down all the time.
There seems to be no light at the end of the tunnel between the Red Wings
frustrated with the lack of progress in his contract talks, so he's asked to be traded.
I don't know what happened, but I try not to sit around and wait for something to happen. I try to do my thing.
The Olympics became his training camp, and finally there was an offer from Carolina. 6 years, $38 million. The Wings quickly matched, knowing that Fedorov was the key to another cup. You've made it clear that it was about principles, it was about respect, but isn't leading the team in playoff scoring 3 years and then winning a Stanley Cup, isn't that enough?
It's not about statistic. It's about your heart out there, your passion, and how you want to be used. And I know certain ways I could be used. I could be an even better player than I am probably right now.
Well, you know, it doesn't get much better than the numbers that Fedorov is putting up. His 16 postseason points are second only to teammate Stevie Yzerman, but Fedorov is tops in playoff goals with 8, and that ties his career best. When we come back, we'll send you out to period 2 in Detroit, where the score, Red Wings up 2-0.
Wendy's, home of the official hamburger of the NHL, presents the play that made the difference.
With the Caps a minute away from victory, Buffalo shocked Washington, sending Game 2 into overtime. In a moment, the play that made the difference.
Man! Now that Wendy's is sponsoring the NHL, Dave is heading for the rink.
Here's your skates, Dave. Can we play on ice?
What a kidder. Nice goal, eh? Nice goal, eh?
Don't need this, Dave.
What for?
We can't have you taking one in the melon now, can we?
Oh. Mike, maybe we ought to have lunch first.
Then come to Wendy's for a delicious Big Bacon Classic Combo with biggie fries and a 20-ounce drink. We call it the hat trick.
I know the perfect position for you.
Really?
Try a Big Bacon Classic Combo today.
Washington's Todd Krieger not in this series with a play that made the difference.
Todd Krieger! Washington wins and even the series!
For Ron Wilson and the Washington Capitals, it was an emotional roller coaster.
When we spread the wheels out a bit, moved the windshield forward a tad, lowered the step-up height a skosh, and widened the aisle a smidgen, we created a caravan with 32 more cubic feet of room. It's remarkable what a few alterations will do. Now, select Dodge and competitive owners get up to $2,000 cash back on Dodge Caravan.
Athlete's foot. It's a predator made up of many types of fungus that eat your feet alive. But there's a potent weapon that doesn't just cure some, it kills them all. Lotrimin AF, the killer cure. Lotrimin AF, the brand doctors recommend most. Full prescription strength medicine, Lotrimin AF is so powerful, it doesn't just kill some causes, it kills them all. Lotrimin AF, the killer cure.
The Interleague Wars explode on Fox Saturday Game of the Week. This week at 1 p.m. Eastern and Pacific. Check local listings.
Get ready now.
The Wizard of Oz, the Eagle, the Dominator, Godzilla, all starring in the blockbuster action-packed thrill ride called the Stanley Cup Playoffs.
Get after
By executive order, the Western Conference Finals continue next week on ESPN.
Hey, this is good tough hockey.
We are between periods 1 and 2. The home team ahead of Dallas. Detroit leading 2-0. Let's hear from Joe Micheletti.
Thanks very much, Mike. You know, Ken Hitchcock was shaking his head at the end of that period saying, again, we had all kinds of scoring chances and couldn't score. The other adjustment they want to make, they're going to tell their players, stay out of the penalty box. They were very happy with the way they played 5-on-5. As soon as they got the penalties, they had to use their offensive players to kill the penalties, which then zapped their energy when they got back to even strength. So they're just going to tell their players, stay out of the box, play 5-on-5. They're still confident that they can win if they stay even strength. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, Joe, thank you. We'll see if they're able to do just that. 22 seconds of a Red Wing penalty to kill off at the outset of the period. As you see the Rensen here in Detroit. We'll be back for the second period after this and a word from your local Fox station.
Scandal rocks a quiet Texas town.
This neighborhood is turning into Melrose Place.
On King of the Hill, tonight at 8:30, 7:30 Central on Fox.
The big news in today's paper is here. This first ever coupon, good for $500 off from your Greater Detroit Toyota dealers on any new Camry during their record-breaking factory challenge. Clip this coupon, use it toward your down payment or to substantially lower your lease payment on America's #1 selling car, the best built car in the U.S. But hurry, this never-before $500 Camry coupon event absolutely ends Monday. Oh, and what does the competition have to say about this offer? We thought so.
Monsoon, a premium audio system. You turn it up and get drenched. Available in select new cars and trucks like the Pontiac Firebird. Monsoon, power, attitude, audio for the road.
Tag, you're it.
It's okay to act like a kid, but you don't have to eat like one. McDonald's introduces the Big Kids Meal. 2 quarter-pounder with cheese sandwiches, a large order of America's favorite fries, and a medium soft drink. All for just $3.99. And each Big Kids Meal has coupons for over $30 in discounts at Cedar Point. Did somebody say McDonald's?
What is it about leather? You need beautiful lines to pull it off. Meet the limited edition Mazda 626. Now in leather. Luxuriously loaded at just $239 a month. It's time to get into leather. Lease a Mazda 626 leather edition for just $239 a month, but only for a limited time.
Red Wing Hockey on Fox 2 is brought to you locally by Mazda. Get in, be moved.
Log on to foxsports.com. Fox Sports coverage of the Stanley Cup playoffs brought to you by the new Dodge. It's about change. By Powerade. Play on. By IBM. Solutions for a small planet. And by Wendy's, the official hamburger of the NHL.
Nearing the start of the second period here, Detroit ahead 2-0. Those are the goals, but what about the physical stuff?
Saw some great hitting in the first period with both teams now. Detroit's forwards, McCarty and LaPointe, combined for 7 of the 10 hits that Detroit registered in the first period. The Dallas club had 19 in the first period, Mike, and 15 of their 19 from forwards, not defensemen, but from forwards. How about LaPointe and McCarty? 7 of the 10.
Mean play. Physical first period. The shots were 10 apiece. Let's take a look, thanks to our good friends at Bud Ice, on some of the other numbers. Scoring chances 5-3. The face-offs, Detroit 16-10. The penalty minutes, Dallas 10, Detroit 8. A couple of Dallas penalties were really poorly taken. 22 seconds of power play time still left to Dallas at the outset of this period. Now, those are the hits totaled through the first 20 minutes. 29 total in Dallas with almost a 2-to-1 hit edge.
And again, we should mention LaPointe had 4, McCarty 3. That's 7 of the 10. And 15 of the 19 for Dallas were from their forwards. Dallas did a lot of good things in the period, but took bad penalties that hurt them. Unable to beat Chris Osgood, who had another strong period.
Steve Yzerman played over half the period.
Yeah, when it's a game where you see penalties, where there's power plays and penalty killing, Steve Yzerman's ice time goes up. And that's what Joe Micheletti was talking about. Both teams fully realize that their best players play a lot. And if they're spending their energy killing penalties, that's going to affect their team offensively. And right now, and looking at the last 2 periods, Dallas cannot afford, they just simply can't afford any penalties, especially bad ones. Those 3 shots Mike Modano had, a team high. And Dallas starts with the 20 seconds to go now on the power play.
One other ice time that stands out is the 2 minutes and 54 seconds played by Igor Larionov. When he took that slash to the back of the legs that was not noticed by the referee of the 2 linesmen, the slash from Darian Hatcher, he did not come back in the first period. LaPointe is out of the box. The power play is over and the play is stopped.
Yesterday, Eddie Belfour, who's very sharp at taking care of his own equipment. He's worked on his skates for 10 years. See how he's turning his toes in there, toes in, toes in. This is a skate blade, and you see how flat it is. Now, when we turn it to its side, you have something called a hollow within the edges. And the hollow between the edges is kind of U-shaped. And Belfour has a very different hollow on his blade. See, that's the hollow. It's supposed to go like that and be even. There you can see a coin across it, how flat it is. But go to the toe of the skate blade, and you can see that coin. Instead of being flat, it's like that. That's very interesting the way Belfour does his own skates and his own equipment.
Oh, Hatcher a shot, and Osgood made a stop through a healthy screen. Chipped along down and went through Brown. It's what he sort of plays pigeon-toed then.
Yeah, his toes are turned in. He has a lot of wraps around his ankles of tape and skate lace, so his skates don't break down. But he really has worked 10 years on refining his own equipment. I think that's terrific. Take care of your own equipment for your own body and your own style of the way you play the game. Players take care of sticks. Golfers take care of their golf clubs. Goalies should take care of their equipment.
Juha Lind tried to work up the wing, but that was denied. Now Skrudland will try the same side, and off the pad of Osgood and wide. Brushed away from Shanahan and taken by the veteran Craig Muni. 35 years of age and 3 Stanley Cups with the Oilers. Skrudland over to Basson, and it's deflected into the seats.
Eddie Belfour did take a minor penalty in the first period, which led to a 2-man disadvantage, and it led to a power play goal. That was the penalty. Well, his team was shorthanded at the time. It didn't bother Eddie. He kept on hacking and slashing, and here we are in the second period as he's now doing some movement drills within his goal crease. He stays out above the goal crease, backs in, above the goal crease, backing in, tapping the goalpost and crossbar with his stick, just trying to get himself acclimated to that end of the ice and mentally focused. He's still got it going. Eddie Belfour learned a lot from Tretiak, who really worked with Eddie on his conditioning and off-ice training during the offseason. Larionov's back for Detroit.
Was that ever good news for Detroit forces? Probably the best passer. Maybe he and Adam Oates would be the best passers left in the playoffs this year. Just beautiful passes. Chipped along on back to the point. Sador a shot, and that got the glass. Kozlov turns, rammed by Jamie Wright. Big shot by Verbeek is blocked on back. Kept alive by Sador. Sador clips one, and it went off the defense of Eriksson. Couple of Stars took care of Eriksson. By math, that frees up Detroit for an odd man rush that breaks down. Tisov had it pitched away by Belfour to Zubov. Verbeek stood up by Kozlov. Kozlov turning a pass that's off of Larionov and started ahead. Jamie Wright lobs it on back. Detroit changed 3 of its 4 forward combinations today. Only the Yzerman line is the same as it was last game. And Dallas changed all 4 of its forward line combinations. Centering pass, and it went off Maltby. Chipped around behind, and Draper walled by Muni. Oh, and a healthy hit came from Ludwig. Fans would have liked some sort of payment for that. Back to the point, and a shot by Lidstrom deflected off the Stars, and they've got a 3-on-2. Work back ahead for Mike Modano. Moving on, and he's got Lettman breaking. Can't get it to him as Larry Murphy flipped it away. Off a glove, a bouncer is covered by Osgood and play is
That
stopped.
was a 3-on-2 that became a 3-on-3 because of the marvelous skating of Chris Draper. Man, does he flyer back. That's Draper, 33. Look at him skate. It's a clear 3-on-2. Watch him go right to the man in the middle so the defenseman can move over. Now he cuts across. Beautiful back check by Draper. It's 3-on-2, man advantage. Give the puck to Modano. He's the quarterback. Look at Draper. Look at Murphy. Murphy with that quick stick breaks up the pass, and Draper with that marvelous skating gets back. After a game, today, after the game, he'll be in a locker room doing explosive jumps, training after the game, jumping from squats. He's down on a squat, Mike. He'll jump right up onto a box. He'll do a number of them to keep his legs in shape and even better shape by training after a game.
Did you guys do that?
No.
Why are you laughing?
Oh, we didn't do a lot of that stuff back in the old days. These guys are so much better trained and such better condition than the older hockey players, or at least the majority of them. Full marks for the way these guys train.
Chipped back along by McCarty. Not before, not after. No bicycles back in those days. Shot by Carbonneau, and it went wide of the glove hand of Osgood in the goal. McCowan tried to play it ahead. It went off Keane and dealt back to neutral ice. Chris Draper, a draft of the Winnipeg Jets. Played for Dave Farish up in Moncton. Franchise in the American League at that time. Then Adirondack, Detroit's principal farm team, and then here. Chipped along now for a shot by Marshall, and that one slithered wide. Basson up with that. Basson turning, tried to throw it in front. It's blocked. Basson again, and it chipped off the back of the goal. Flung back to the point. Zubov with it. Able to step by one. Zubov to the slot. Trying to work it in front, and it's knocked away by McCowan. McCowan lays for Yzerman. Marshall is after him. Yzerman bumped by Marshall. Shakes free and shoots, and it went wide.
So Marshall hit Yzerman at the end of a shift, and Yzerman never lost his balance. He, too, does those explosive jumps to keep his legs in shape. Man, has he got good balance. Talking about Yzerman.
Here is Shanahan. Shanahan with a pass, and it's spiked away by Daryl Sador. With the pace picking up now, 4.5 gone in the second period. 2-0, the Red Wings ahead, and it's worked back by Shanahan. Gives up the wing. Fedorov with a shot that's wide.
Neutral zone turnover. Here we have an offside. Neutral zone turnover against Dallas. It was one of the few times that Modano was on the ice and Lidstrom and Murphy weren't.
Oh, it's really coming down out there.
Cats and dogs.
It hasn't rained this hard since last time I had to paint the garage.
Man can't work in the rain.
Pity us.
Is that what you're gonna do all day?
Honey, I can't hear you. The rain's too loud.
The weatherman said it was supposed to be nice today.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Athlete's foot. It's a predator made up of many types of fungus that eat your feet alive. But there's a potent weapon that doesn't just cure some, it kills them all. Lotrimin AF, the killer cure. Lotrimin AF, the brand doctors recommend most. Full prescription strength medicine, Lotrimin AF is so powerful, it doesn't just kill some causes, it kills them all. Lotrimin AF, the killer cure.
It's late, it's wet, and a flat tire puts you up against the wall. Wouldn't it be great if you could just drive to safety? Now you can with new Goodyear Aqua Steel Run Flat. Even with no air pressure, you can drive up to 50 miles at 55 miles per hour to safety. Aqua Steel Run Flat. Only from Goodyear.
This week on Fox Saturday Baseball, don't miss the excitement of interleague play. Mike Piazza and the Mets head to Beantown to take on the Red Sox, plus other regional action, one Eastern and Pacific. Check your local listings. I see we're playing the Mariners this week.
Yes, I see that now.
Our Fox team?
Who will Randy Johnson be pitching for? Us or the Mariners?
I don't know. Good point. Or maybe one of those other teams that we saw there.
Yes.
Here's Ludwig. Do you have your tickets? I don't.
No.
Muni.
Check the mail every day.
I know.
That's plane tickets and game tickets.
I see you have a little better deal there. Thrown back across by Ludwig. Away from Lettinen, steered back out now by Lidstrom.
Fedorov was just staying real close, like Velcro.
Oh, a deflection in front. Off one of the stars, it appeared, and into Ed Belfour.
And also, Dougie Brown was going to the net without the puck, and it looks like Muni has banged his right side as he's limping to the bench. When Dallas had the puck, Fedorov was right up against Modano. He just stayed with him like Velcro. As soon as the puck went to Detroit, that's when Fedorov's way up there with Modano. Now he sees his team with the puck, so everybody releases. Muni's the right defenseman. Watch him take the shot. Oh, goodness. Now the puck will get to the net, and Belfour has to deal with a puck that caroms off Ludwig, his defenseman. And Eddie Belfour made a nice save on that redirection off a teammate right here. Off the heel of the blade of Ludwig. And you can see Belfour was sharp on the play. He really stayed with it. Belfour reads the play, moves across, follows the stick. The puck went off the stick. Look at his head looking down. He found the puck that time. Stayed with it very, very well. Muni blocking the original shot. They're hurting at the bench.
Seems Belfour is refocused from the first period, John.
It really does. He seems a lot more calm and relaxed and following the puck better with his eyes.
The Red Wings don't have a shot in this period. Offside is called.
Well, that was a shot. We just saw the save, even though it deflected off of somebody. There's Muni trying to walk off the effects. I think he got the puck above his right knee. He went down on his knees to block the shot. The pants slide up a little bit, and you take it right off the muscled area above your kneecap. And it goes numb for a while, and hopefully for Ken Hitchcock and Craig Muni, he'll be able to get back. You can see the concerned look on Ken's face. He knows his team's down a couple here. They need to find a way to crack Chris Osgood and Detroit's defensive play.
Just 44 years of age, but he's been coaching hockey a long time. Started in the junior ranks, Tier 2 junior, and the major junior A in Canada. Here's a giveaway to Parikh and a shot that came off of Eriksson. Wright comes over, finessed free by Eriksson and tossed around behind. Fetisov got out of the way of the hit coming from Hogue. Wright hadn't gotten a stick from the bench yet, so he couldn't play that. Matt Tkachuk had to drop back to do it. Kevin Linesman trying to get out of the way as Hatcher was trying to freight train one, maybe two. Here's Wright with a drive, wide of the glove hand of Osgood. Seems to be the way most of the shots are coming for Dallas.
Yeah, long and wide. And Hatcher took a real run on Lapointe, missed him. Lapointe ducked out of the way. And Hatcher was on a hunting trip.
Remember Vladislav Tretiak's book that he wrote about goaltending and about hockey? Talked about hunting. This is one that went off the back of the goal. To January 11th of 1976, the game in Philadelphia, he said it was the only time he ever saw one team go out and hunt down the members of the other one.
The Philadelphia Flyers, and they did so. They almost canceled that game halfway through.
It was against the best team in all of Russia, Red Army. Kept along for the follow-up now. That's tossed along for Holmstrom. Holmstrom's pass. Escape back over for a tip back in by Draper. Nearing the halfway point of the second period. Just under 13 minutes to go. Detroit with a shorthanded goal and a power play goal. And a remarkable play at the front of the net and a stop by Ed Belfour as he got his blocker in the way of it.
And Belfour looked to be beat on the play. Never gave up on the play. Reached out with his right hand, his right arm, and his goal stick. What a save by Belfour. Ooh, he keeps his team in it here now in the second.
It's your own little world. You're way up high, so you can see everything. It has lots of places to hide your treasures. It's roomy. It's cozy, with space for all your favorite things and your favorite people. It makes you feel like you're part of a club. Dodge Caravan. It's like a treehouse for grown-ups. Now, select Dodge and competitive owners get up to $2,000 cash back on Dodge Caravan.
Can't concentrate.
It's over, Rock.
Now that it's over, just give me something to drink.
There ain't nothing on ice gonna save it now.
Left and fresh guys pay, eh?
Except maybe this. Brad Balboa needs a miracle.
Yo, that's rich, baby.
Get in there. Save some of that for the sequel.
today's rough roads, if you ever need to stop quickly, consider replacing your worn shock absorbers. It can be like getting an extra 10 feet of road when you need it most. Replace your worn shocks with new Monroe SensaTrack, now with SafeTech. Unlike worn shocks, SensaTrack helps hold your tire to the road. Tests show you can stop an average of 10 feet sooner. Monroe SensaTrack, making the road a safer place. For the Monroe SensaTrack dealer near you, call 1-888-SAFER-RIDE.
And the last big scoring chance goes to Holmstrom. You see the hole through the legs. Belfour closes it up. Now he looks like it's trouble, but he reaches back and robs Thomas Holmstrom as Belfour used the stick. Now this is during the TV timeout. Eddie Belfour continues to do a lot of stretching to loosen his back up. His back will tighten up now and again. A little bit older than Osgood. Osgood doesn't have any of those problems yet. Down the line he will. Everybody gets them sooner or later.
You know, that veteran defenseman Pat Quinn, who was a coach, of course, in Vancouver and Philadelphia and a general manager, played defense, and he said he was amazed that defensemen didn't have more back problems than they did, because they wind up playing in sort of a bent position too and having to skate backwards and then forwards and so forth. They're hunched over. They're playing the position properly.
Just looking across, Mike, Craig Muni has just now returned to the Dallas bench, which is a good sign for them. He usually is on the ice with Ludwig, but right now Zubov is there. So the pairing's messed up a little bit. Now, Darian Hatcher's not on the bench either. After that last shift, remember he took a run on the point and missed him along the boards? We had mentioned it. He went after that shift to the locker room.
Here is Lettinen wanting to get by. Centered one, and it ricocheted right into the equipment of Osgood, and so play once again is stopped.
You know, you get a sense that when Modano's on the ice with Lettinen and Langenbrunner, that's the best chance that Dallas has to score. Zubov is on the ice with them. Now here you see the speed to the outside, the one-handed play by Lettinen. The puck caromed in off of either Murphy or Modano, and Osgood has the puck hit his goal pad here. Watch this. Great strength by Lettinen. Puck one-handed to the front. The ricochet, you see it down below. It actually went off of the defenseman Murphy's skate, I think, right into the goal pad of Osgood. Look at the goal pad. Yes, right in there. That's a heck of a play, boy, by Lettinen, getting the puck in front. And a tough bounce for Detroit, but luckily for Osgood, it hit his goal pad.
Well, Chris Osgood, just 25. Strong bounce-back game in Game 3. And in the very early seconds, before anything had much happened, many of the 19,000 plus were chanting his name. You noticed that.
You know, Osgood, I think, has handled a tough city regarding goaltenders very well. He says on days off, he goes golfing. Night before a game, he'll watch a movie, stay in a hotel, maybe watch a hockey game, but he stays away from all the pressure of what people talk about a lot in this city, and that's Detroit's position of playing goal. And he handles it all real well, I think. You know, the last face-off, Mike, it was a well-done job by Carbonneau. As we roll it ahead, he's already pointed out where he wants the puck to go. Now, you see the backhand there, you see the backhand there. It's got to be a play where you pull the puck back quickly, and you can see that it was done nicely by Guy Carbonneau to get it back. That time he did not lift and kick. He just drew it back. Steve Yzerman said, Carbonneau likes to lift my stick up and kick the puck back. Modano's always got his hand over. The problem is, he said, you can't get a good handle on all these different centermen for Dallas. They're all good. He said even some of the wingers will take draws like Langenbrunner. And Yzerman's taking a lot of the face-offs to the right side of Osgood. Fedorov takes him to the left side of Osgood. Now watch Yzerman and see what happens here against Carbonneau. Carbonneau won the last one. There's a lift and a kick, but it didn't quite work.
Rouse checked off. McCowan up with it there. Through to Yzerman. On for Shanahan. Flown across for Fedorov. And chipped back in. So Matvechuk with 11:40 to go in the second. The shot's 13-11, and in this period, 3 for Dallas and just 1 for Detroit. That's been it. And an icing on the touch by Rouse.
So Hatcher is back on the ice, and it seems to be okay. Now there's Hatcher. He sees LaPointe, and he's going hunting. He sees LaPointe ducks it, and it looks like he flew into the linesman or the glass right there. After that shift, he went to the locker room for a while, and now has returned and just finished his first shift since that attempted hit on LaPointe. The big kid looks all right. I said to Hatcher yesterday, what would you be if you weren't a hockey player? He said, a marine biologist. I said, come on, now what would you be? He says, no, I'm serious. Certified scuba diver. Loves going to the Cayman Islands. I think if he was down under there with all that garb on, he'd scare away a few fish, wouldn't he?
He would indeed, yeah. Here's Fetisov dumping it back off. Darian 6'5". His brother Kevin, who plays for Pittsburgh, is 6'4". Older brother Mark, 6'7". His father Eric was 6'4" and played semi-pro football. He played it here in Detroit for a team called the Michigan Arrows.
I don't think they had too many problems in the neighborhood either.
No.
Protecting the property.
Back ahead, Zubov. Oh, and a flying shot of 85 miles an hour in velocity that went wide. Flipped back in front, and a deflection by Marshall went off the back of the goal. Fetisov checked by Marshall. Jammed it around behind. Banked back up now for Fedorov. But it went back for a little direction from Brown to Fedorov. Sergei Fedorov across for a shot by Shanahan that's wide.
They were working on Bobby Basson, who was filling in for Ludwig, so it was a forward back there. And Fedorov worked on him for a while.
Icing touch up by Kozlov. 10:27 to go in the second. 2-0 Detroit. This game is presented by authority of the National Hockey League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of the telecast without the express written consent of the National Hockey League is prohibited. We're talking about goalies, John, and you know, the equipment that they wear is so heavy, what, probably 35 pounds, maybe
It's
40?
not as heavy as it used to be because it's more water resistant. And it looks bigger and bulkier, but it's actually gotten lighter with the material. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 pounds, I would say, with everything.
Wearing that and having the pressure of the playoffs as Osgood and Belfour do. You talked about what Osgood did the night before, but back through history, there are quite a few occasions of goaltenders who have just been done in by the pressure.
Oh, yeah.
Of having, especially at playoff time, of having to think about it 24 hours a day. And even when they try not to, it's on the radio, it's in the newspaper, and if they shake those things, they're not informed about anything. They probably don't even know that Mercedes took over Chrysler or something. I mean, they're just lost. Around behind for a centering pass, and that flipped back out.
As we have an icing now against Detroit. You know, Mike, I found the playoffs easier to play because you have people do everything for you. You go to the airport, your team's doing the tickets. If you're married, your wife takes care of all the family business, the kids, the banking, paying the bills, everything. You just have to focus on playing goal, and you live your whole life to play in the playoffs. Others didn't like it as much. Personally, I thought it was just a wonderful, wonderful time. I found it a lot harder to play in the middle of January when it was snowing outside. You played 50 games already, and it drags a little bit. Playoffs, this is, you live your life as a person in hockey, whether it be a broadcaster or a trainer or a player or a coach. This is it. It's right here. These teams are in the Final Four.
You know, it's kind of comparable to school. You start about Labor Day and you finish Memorial Day or a little bit after, and you hit that lull in January or February as an old student or something.
Sure, very
Only
similar.
thing is you don't get grades. That's good. That's the good part about hockey. You don't get grades.
You get booed instead.
Well, now that's true.
You see here Draper taking the draw. He's a left-handed shot, so he can pull the puck back in that corner. Yzerman takes him on the near side. He's a right-handed shot. Draper working against Modano.
Zubov flips, it went wide, rebound, and it's fought off by Osgood, and he turned it aside confidently as this one kicked off of Yzerman. Zubov feeds it across, and he had Modano breaking, but couldn't get the pass accurate. Dug out at the half-boards, Langenbrunner. Falling is Sador, and he made the play to keep play alive for a moment. Now the Red Wings outman and dump it on back. Yzerman poked it across. Draper moving on. Draper fought off by Modano, couldn't get a shot away. Boy, what a wonderful play made by Sador. Going down and still recovering in time to play it along the boards. Now across it came for Gilchrist. Gilchrist rubbed it around the boards. It's held there by McCarty. Flipped to the front and it's chopped to the glass. Now Zubov. Work back ahead for the toss back down. Nick Lidstrom goes back for that.
Dallas looking for offense. That was their five-man power play unit on the ice at the same time. Sador, Zubov, Modano, Lettinen, and Langenbrunner. Even though it's even strength, Dallas trying every percentage that they can, every angle they can to find offense, and Detroit just not giving it to them. Detroit is getting stronger, it looks like, Mike, defensively as we move along.
Over half the period play. 3 shots for Dallas, 2 for Detroit, 13-12, Dallas in the game. The Red Wings ahead 2-0. If you're just joining us, this is the Stanley Cup Western Conference Finals, Game 4. Detroit ahead 2-1, trying to move up 3-1. In the Final Four, no team has ever gotten to the finals trailing in a series 3-1 in the history of the league. Never. Puck came back to neutralize. Darian Hatcher hands it across. Matvichuk boomed into by Fedorov. Rouse rolled it ahead, and on comes Holmstrom. Crosses in front! Tipped aside, and a penalty coming up. The call is a hook. Hatcher will sit, the Red Wings to go on the power play.
Holmstrom, a left-handed shot, wants to get to the forehand. He made the great move, and then he got tugged before the shot. Good call.
Hey, good win. Hey, did anybody need anything? Okay, good solid hits out there, guys. Thanks, man.
This is my lucky jersey. Don't mess it up.
Oh, no. Oh, pink. The colors aren't pink. Oh, no.
Hey, Bob. Have you seen my lucky sock?
The Michelin X1. Thanks to Michelin technology, it gives you long mileage and better wet braking than any rain tire. And that should make everyone on a wet road happy.
Surge! It's a fully loaded citrus soda with carbos!
Let me give you a little driving lesson, okay? Vehicles have changed. They're bigger, they're faster, they're a lot more than just a fashion accessory, okay? And guess what? The way you drive has changed, too. So why are you still using your old motor oil? Doesn't make sense. These are Quaker State synthetics. 4x4, high performance, ultra premium. Made for what you drive, where you drive, the way you drive. They've been tested. For pure maximum protection, there's nothing better. I think it's time for an oil change. Quaker State, sensible technology. What more do you need to know?
Sergei Monastikonov on the right, and Vladimir Konstantinov on the left with wife Irina.
Oh, there's a wave. See the wife says, "Laddie, give him a wave." And he did. He was calling some of the Red Wing players. Hi, guys. Boy, congratulations. They're doing just a whole lot better, aren't they? But the Konstantinov yesterday and seeing some of the players and calling them by their nicknames. Hi, Ozzy and Kazi and all that. It's just tremendous that he had some of the recall, which is good stuff. And they also wanted to say a big thank you to Valery Kamensky, who plays in Colorado, and his family. They have a home in Florida, and the Konstantinov's able to stay there during the rehab process down in Florida. Everybody pulled in and pulled together for this to all happen. Boy, it's just things going in a proper direction. We're really happy.
Short-term memory has improved a good deal. His wife was saying that he now knows the score of the most recent game, and 2 months ago, he would not recall the score of a game played just a couple of nights before. Lidstrom a shot and a scorcher is wide. Now kept alive by Murphy. Murphy feeds over to Lidstrom again. Early stages power play, and the shot deflected, and it popped the boards behind. Still they play for it around. It went beyond Yzerman's reach. Modano there. The two of them collide. Modano tipped it back to neutral ice and hustles ahead. Mike Modano onside, looking to Lettinen, cruises and wrists one, and it's snagged by Osgood. They've been going for his glove side all day.
They've been shooting high all day. Both shoulders, catching glove, and Osgood has fought every single one of them off. There's only been 13 of them, but he's battled hard.
Good news for the Stars. Craig Muni is back out there and healthy. Both he and Hatcher have left in this period and have been able to return and play. Bouncing puck, ladled down by Fedorov. Turns in the last 45 of the power play, but it's intercepted and started back by Daryl Sador. Sador, a drive! Fought off by Osgood, rebound! Still they scrap for it. Another shot blocked down and held by Osgood.
Good job by the penalty killers of Dallas here, and a rounding applause here. Loud and getting louder for Chris Osgood. He made the original save, and Carbonneau went looking for the rebound. Sador and Carbonneau. Long shot, bit of a rebound because the puck was on edge and floating in. Carbonneau robbed, and then Sador gets robbed. 3 saves by Osgood. The original shot, the puck is rolling. For a goaltender, this is the reason why the rebound got away. He had to fight it off, and he did. Now he recovers. Shot by Carbonneau, and Sador followed up his own shot and had a shot. Osgood made 3 good saves. That's 4 shots by Dallas on this penalty kill. Remember, the original went to Mike Padano, then 3 on that flurry. 37 seconds to go now on the minor to Darian Hatcher.
Every face-off significant when you're trailing by 2.
And see, Mike, it's Fedorov. The left-handed shot for the left circle face-off in the Detroit zone all the time. It's either Draper or Fedorov over on that side and Yzerman on the near side.
They bring it back out with half a minute to go on the man advantage. Tipped by Ed Belfour, dug out by Holmstrom, scaled along and hustling to play as Murphy. Kept it alive, but misfired for Holmstrom as it scaled the boards. Came back over for Lidstrom on the turning stick of Shanahan. Lidstrom a drive, and it's deflected wide. Rebound, chipped to the front of the net. Matvechuk up with it. Mike Keane tried to pass it across, shifting from defense to offense. Shanahan pawed off, but he got it to Holmstrom. Looks and gives over to Murphy. Larry Murphy spun one back. Penalty time is up to Hatcher, and he races on Larionov, but it's steered over for the drop back in by Lidstrom.
Now, Mike Holmstrom was in front of the net on the power play, and Belfour was careful with his stick this time. He did not use his stick.
It's rolled on back now by Larionov. Spirited ahead by Rouse and pitched back in. Very workmanlike, the Red Wings. 6 shots, Dallas, 3 shots, Detroit in the period. 16-13 Dallas in the game. 5:35 to go. Jamie McCowan, no icing. It's Verbeek taking over. Verbeek tried to get to the front. He scores! Pat Verbeek! And Dallas has cut the lead in half.
It looked like it was going to be icing, but the Stars hustled down the ice to negate the icing, and then a wraparound. Now, the linesman over there raises his arm. It's going to be icing. Watch Verbeek battle through, and the puck never got to the goal line. That's what happened. So Verbeek never gave up, and I think he knocked the puck right out of midair. It was a wraparound try. McCowan tried the reversal. The puck got caught up in his feet. And I watch Verbeek with the wraparound. I think the puck ends up in midair. And then he slaps it in. Yeah, right over the shoulder of Osgood. Verbeek on the backhand. That's a tenacious play by Pat Verbeek, who hasn't done much offensively in the series. His centerman that he played with all year long is Joe Nieuwendyk. Joe Nieuwendyk has had both knees operated on, and Verbeek's been lost offensively, not having a centerman. Good news for Nieuwendyk. The knees are coming along well. He expects to be healthy for next year. And good news for Dallas as Verbeek gets one without Nieuwendyk in the lineup.
He had no points in 9, but now he has in this 10th game of the string of goals. And a very important one for his team. Langenbrunner trying to get by, but Lidstrom turned it along, and Yzerman rolled it to neutral ice. Sador chopped it ahead. Langenbrunner on with a pass that went off Gilchrist. Here is Jere Lehtinen. Shovels one, and a stick save made by the paddle of Osgood. McCarty up with it, and he lobbed it on back. Icing touch-up by Zubov. Clock stop. Well, Pat Verbeek had waited a long time. He tried a lot of shots, but this time he succeeded, and is he ever happy?
But I like it, I love it, I want some more of it. I tried so hard, I can't.
So these are really Tim McGraw's jeans?
The genuine article.
How'd you get them?
You'd be surprised what some people do for a cold Bud Light on a hot day.
Yeah, right.
I love it, I want some more of it.
Bud Light is proud to sponsor Tim McGraw.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are flying in the Bermuda Triangle, a place where things are known to disappear and are never found. Fortunately, we have an I-Omega zip drive on board, and with it I can make a quick copy of all my important stuff. The 100 megabyte zip disk let me save, store, and take all my stuff with me. No need to panic. Okay, boys, let's take her back in. Hello?
Get an I-Omega zip drive today, because it's your stuff.
The new Dodge wanted to take the sport utility concept to a higher level. Enter the new Durango. Its best-in-class power, cargo space, and seating for up to 8 raise the bar considerably, as do its strongest-in-class frame and its stable, longer, wider stance. Dodge Durango, a higher form of sport utility, from top to bottom. Durango, new ground for the new Dodge.
Well, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals will be on Fox either Saturday, June 6th, or Tuesday, June the 9th. It all depends on how quickly the two series, which are conference finals going on right now, are wrapped up.
If they both go 5, we start Saturday. If one of the series goes 6 games, we start Tuesday. That's what I've been told.
You're absolutely right. At least it jives with what I've been told. Puck turned back now for Benoit Hogue on to Matvichuk. Shovels one, and it went off a skate. Thrown to the front by Wright. That one blocked away and chopped high by LaPointe. 26 teams started. Seems like a long time ago, back in the fall. We are down to 4. By the end of the week, there will be just 2. And in all of pro hockey, there will be just 6 out of 126 still playing.
Detroit's only had 3 shots here in the second period, but Belfour made a couple of big saves.
Maltby moving in. Draper, a shot hit the outside of the goal. Swung back by Erickson, followed up by Maltby, but he was stoked away from him by Matvichuk. Bringing it on now is Jamie Wright. Big drive is blocked aside by LaPointe and handled by Osgood, just tapped away as the Stars make another change on the fly. Maltby ahead, could not get by the checking of Bob Bassett. 3:40 left in the second. Sent down to the ice, Larionov by Craig Muni. Still hard work came from Holmstrom. Played back ahead now, but there's Marshall trying to get by, fought off by Bob Rouse. Attack met by resistance. Kozlov. The pass that's off the tip of the stick of Wright. Thrown back in by Holmstrom. So Belfour. Langenbrunner comes by. Boy, we've had a heated pace at times, and then every inch has been a war at times. Here's Kozlov. Big drive and a save made by Belfour, and a penalty coming up.
Skrudland will go. It's a penalty against Holmstrom. Holmstrom at the very end of his shift. I think Holmstrom has been Detroit's best forward in this period.
Another shortcut to small business success. Let Mailboxes Etc. deal with all that copying, collating, and binding, and you'll have more time for building client relationships. Mailboxes Etc., making business easier worldwide. Another shortcut to small business success. Let Mailboxes Etc. pack and ship for your business, and there'll be more time to land that humongous new account and celebrate with your loyal staff. Mailboxes Etc., making business easier worldwide.
Well, we may have reached the crossroads of this series. Holmstrom and Skrudland are locked up, but Brian Skrudland grabs a hold of Holmstrom's stick long enough to pull him off balance. That was at the very end of a very tenacious shift for Holmstrom. He draws the power play. Skrudland, a penalty killer, sits. Towards the end of the second period here, 2:57 to go. Detroit scores. If they score, she'll be happy, real happy.
She's knitting away. Margaret Molnar is a regular here. Notice the bridge of her nose there where she's got a little bit of a cut. A puck glanced off her just 2 days ago.
No bandage, no stitches.
No.
Took one for the team.
That's it. Not even a butterfly bandage. Just go back out there and knit.
Didn't have to go to the contacts.
Rolled around behind by Murphy and in his control, and then he was knocked down by Hatcher. Worked on a cross. Yzerman waits to the back. Lidstrom a drive, and it's deflected in front off a couple of bodies, and then cleared off the stick of Lidstrom. He kept it from going the length.
Yzerman makes his power play goal. He's a quarterback on the far side of the ice, on the hash marks. When anything happens here, it's because he's setting it up. And then 2 big guys in front of the net, and that's McCarty and Shanahan.
Murphy and Lidstrom toss it in neutral ice. Drilled back in by Lidstrom. Belfour slowed it down. Grabbed it and dealt it on his backhand. It scaled off the glove of Yzerman. Brushed along further by Carbonneau, but pinching was Murphy to keep play alive. Yzerman moving to the front. Yzerman around behind, looking to the front of the net. Tried to bank one in front. He's got it again. Feeds over to Murphy. On to the back to Lidstrom. Lidstrom holds. Shoots one side of the net. Shanahan tried to jam one to the front. He's buried. Back along the boards. It is Darren McCarty with it for Lidstrom. But it went past the backhand of his stick.
Detroit now changes all 3 forwards. The penalty-killing defense couldn't get off.
Here's Fedorov. In. Blocked aside and cleared back out.
Well, how exciting was that? Matvichuk was getting tired. He dropped down. Got a very bad knee. Got a bad knee. Lost his balance. Belfour the save.
Fedorov, a shot is blocked down by Hatcher. Lifted along and spiked down by Lapointe. Given over to Brown. Pad stop made by Belfour. Brown again with 15 to go. Kept play alive. Belfour forced it right back off the high stick of Detroit. Fed back out, and here's a 2-on-1. Mike Modano trying to escape free. Moving on in, and the pass blocked aside by Draper. Oh, what an opportunity as a Red Wing fell, and that left Modano moving in all alone, and the pass blocked aside by Draper.
And Draper, with those great skating legs, got back and saved one. Earlier, Fedorov works on Matvichuk, who lost his balance. And here goes Fedorov, inside, outside, around him he goes. A shot and a save by Belfour, who's had a good second period here in this game. Now Fetisov's back. Watch him go down as he changed direction. Modano beat him with the reach. Here comes Draper's stick. Oh, baby. Pass was going right across to Zubov, and Draper with that great skating legs read the play. Look at Draper in the reach. Oh, he may have saved one right there as Zubov had gone to the net. Whoa, what a great series of plays at both ends of the ice. Great defensive plays by some of the players, especially Draper there.
Teams at full strength. Detroit ahead 2-0 and 40 to go in the second period. Zubov walks it ahead. Took some lumber from Larionov. Across from Marshall, and that shot is blocked aside by the defensive Bob Rouse. Kept alive, though, by Zubov. Gave it across. Marshall moving in front. Marshall, a shot that went wide. Around the boards, they battle for it. Larionov able to kick it along. Shanahan plastered, and we get a stoppage of play and a penalty coming up.
Well, what a play by Sergei Zubov in the last minute here to keep the puck in at the blue line. He did that. And Maltby now, he's taken about 6 dives in this period. This time Maltby gets caught. It's an interference call. And what a play by Marshall. He beat everybody, but he missed the net on the play. Zubov, watch the red jerseys around Zubov at the left point in here. And he steps up and keeps the play alive. You gotta be kidding. Is that taking a chance or what? But he did. And now you see the 2-on-1. Whoops, I'm sorry. Here's Marshall. He's got everybody down and out, through the legs, just wide. What a play by everybody on the Dallas team there. And then after that series of plays, that's when Maltby took the minor penalty for interference.
16.8 to go. Offensive zone face-off for Dallas. The interference minor on Maltby late in the period.
Here's Maltby moving across as he picks up Skrudlin. And Skrudlin embellished that play. Now Maltby takes a lot of dives and draws a lot of penalties. And this time it was the other way around. He did a little stick job there on Skrudlin, who really embellished the play. And this time Maltby got caught. I think Maltby in this series and Barnaby in the other series draw more penalties by using that word we say a lot nowadays, and that's embellishment.
It is Modano wristing one. Pad stop made by Osgood. Fedorov clears it back down.
Dallas will have a power play to start the third period. Again, Mike, we talked about it. Wrist shots from the blue line. And that's what we're seeing there. Another face-off win. Dallas controlled it, got the wrist shot, but Osgood made the save. And we're going to have a great third period.
The second period has come to a close, and everybody gets a rest, but don't go away. An interview with Ron Wilson, a part of what we have planned for you. 2 periods played. Narrowest of margins allowed in the sport, just one. Red Wings ahead 2-1. James Brown, Dave Maloney, and Terry Crisp. With the intermission report after these messages and a word from your local Fox station.
Fox Sports coverage of the Stanley Cup playoffs brought to you by AC Delco Automotive Parts. AC Delco. If you're not asking for it, you're asking for it. By MasterCard. MasterCard, the official card of the NHL. By Powerade. Play on. And by Nike.
Where can you see world-class runners, top-flight gymnasts, and expert kickboxers? Not here. The world's funniest, tonight at 7, 6 Central on Fox.
During the Jeep Memorial Day event, you can take a dip in the pool, mow the lawn, or just work on your tan. Because everything's more fun with Jeep. So lease Grand Cherokee Laredo for $0 down and just $329 due at signing. Choose Wrangler at this low price. Or lease Cherokee Sport for just $259 a month with $19.99 due at signing. Then party with some friends. But hurry, the Jeep Memorial Day event ends May 31st. See your Southeast Michigan Jeep dealer.
Being on SportsCenter does take its toll. For Kenny Mayne, I'm Dan Patrick. Good night.
Once we finish a show, we do it all over again for the overseas markets.
Buenas noches, amigos. Me llamo Kenny Mayne.
Same highlights, same anchors, different dialects.
Dos Vidania. Меня зовут Boris Patrick. Vut Kenny Mainsky.
To touch people all over the world, that's special.
When you're busy, sometimes you can't answer every call. Boy, could you use a receptionist.
Mr. Kenneth Markey calling.
Take a number.
I'm Maxwell Moore.
I'm busy.
Well, instead of hiring a receptionist,
A Miss Kate Turner call. Twice.
get something better from Ameritech.
Did you say Katie?
Order caller ID now and you'll get a free display unit and free shipping and handling. Everything you need to make the most of your time.
Due to popular demand, we've extended the Nissan Pre-Memorial Day event to Memorial Day and beyond, which means we've extended our incredible lease on the luxurious Nissan Maxima GXE. Just $289 a month for 39 months with an initial payment of $999. So get down to your Nissan retailer now and spend Memorial Day and beyond somewhere really exciting in that new Maxima you just leased for only $289 a month. The extended Nissan Pre-Memorial Day event at your Nissan retailer only through June 1st.
Red Wings Hockey on Fox 2 is brought to you locally by Nissan. Enjoy the ride.
Interleague excitement on Fox Saturday Baseball next weekend as Mike Piazza and the Mets head to Boston to take on the Red Sox, plus other regional action. Coverage begins at 1 Eastern and Pacific right here on Fox. As we welcome you back to the Fox Network Center along with Coach Terry Crisp, Dave Maloney. I'm yours truly, James Brown. 2-1, Dallas back in it. And boy, the Detroit family glad to see Konstantinov and Manatsakanov.
And Dave, probably the strongest two-way hockey player, Thomas Holstrom. Belfer makes a big save on him, but he's been effective. Watch him undress Hatcher on this play. I think so far in the game, Thomas Holstrom has been the best two-way hockey player on the ice.
Well, in the meantime, Chris Oscar has done a nice job. You saw Sador there, you know. He's not in the top 5 goals against, save percentage, or shutouts. He wins today. He gets 11 wins. That'll top Kolzig. In the meantime, Verbeek, late in the period, perseveres his first goal in 13. You know, we're 2-1 in the series, 2-1 at the end of 2. Detroit up.
All right, Dallas has not backed up, and they won't do it now. When we come back, up next, we'll talk with the man who's brought a little zaniness and some winning ways to Washington, Coach Ron Wilson, after this.
So come to Wendy's for a 99-cent junior bacon.
Man, that cheeseburger looks good. I love bacon. You fly, I'll buy. No, you go to Wendy's and I'll buy. Plus, I'll throw in Biggie fries. Yeah, well, I'll throw in Biggie fries and Biggie drinks.
When the craving hits for a Wendy's hot and juicy 99-cent junior bacon cheeseburger with 2 strips of bacon, you'll do anything to get one.
Junior bacon cheeseburgers, Biggie fries, Biggie drinks, and gas for your car. I don't have a car. Well, I'll buy you one.
Hey, for a car, I'll go.
Dave?
As the pilot flies through the night sky, the helmsman steers a course that is true. The landing signal officer checks the approach. The weather crew keeps an eye on the storm. The air traffic controller directs every move. The air boss orders a clear deck. The captain gives the final word. And the plane safely lands on board USS Enterprise. In the Navy, no journey is ever made alone. Call 1-800-USA-NAVY. Let the journey begin.
My dad always said, as soon as I get a computer, you'll come out with something better. So, to make sure people like Dad always have the latest computer, we've invented YourWare, technology that grows with you. For just $49.95 a month, you get a computer with an Intel Pentium 2 processor, unlimited internet access, and you can trade it in toward a new one in 2 years. What do you call this thing? YourWare. Call 1-800-GATEWAY, and let's talk about YourWare.
The new Dodge Durango is like no sport utility you've ever seen. Say, for instance, you live in a neighborhood with a rhino problem. In a Durango, you could outrun him with the most powerful engine offered in the class. Or you could move him with its best-in-class towing capacity. Or, if push really came to shove, Durango's superior horn would prevail. Durango, new ground for the new Dodge.
This year, all 26 teams of the NHL will be drinking Powerade. will drink from this cup. Powerade, the sports drink behind the NHL. Play on.
Mark, if you're at the airport before my 8 o'clock flight, maybe we can talk. Otherwise, it's over.
Ah! Come on. Come on. I'll start. Oh, no! That battery!
No matter what my customers drive, they depend on AC Delco batteries. They last up to 30% longer.
I'm sure they do. Just give me the generic equivalent, okay?
AC Delco. If you're not asking for it, you're asking for it.
It's the greatest disaster since the Titanic.
I wonder how that happened.
Come on, Sharky! You call yourself the king of the jungle!
On The Simpsons tonight.
When the Stanley Cup Finals begin, Fox Sports will be there to bring you live coverage of Game 1. The quest for hockey's ultimate prize moves to primetime. Coverage begins either next Saturday or Tuesday, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, right here on Fox, as we welcome you back inside our Los Angeles studio. And a pleasure to welcome to the set, via remote, if you will, Coach Ron Wilson, who just for the second time in franchise history has the Capitals in the Stanley Cup semifinals. And Coach, I have to tell you, as a native Washingtonian, I've seen the Capitals stumble in the postseason. You've taken pains to change the culture there. What has been your prescription for success?
Well, first of all, we addressed our demons right off the bat. We talked about blowing 3-1 leads. It's happened 3 times in the past, as recently as a couple of years ago against Pittsburgh. So we thought we'd dare fate and try and get as many 3-1 leads in series and try to knock our ghosts back for a loop, and we've managed to do that. We've had great goaltending, excellent special teams, and our veterans have really come through with some timely goals for us.
Ronnie, gotta love it. Hey, congratulations, buddy, by the way, on being the last surviving coach in the Atlantic Division, you old man, you. But I gotta ask you,
unbelievable.
Ronnie, you're 1 game away from going to the finals, and I listen to all your interviews, and I hear where you say your team does not have the respect you think it should be. Why do you think that your team is not getting the respect it deserves?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with past failures and the fact that we didn't make the playoffs last season. The team finished 9th and had a very off season. This year it's been a little bit different. We've had a lot of injuries all season long. We've never really been able to field a healthy lineup until we got to the playoffs. And I think also you have to take into consideration the fact that we're in a pretty quiet hockey market where we don't get a lot of attention unless we're in the position we're in right now. So I think it's great for Washington, and I really think it's going to be great for the National Hockey League as well. We've had President Clinton at one of our games. Hopefully he'll be there on Tuesday. If not on Tuesday, if we can win, get into the finals, he'll be our biggest supporter.
Well, you know, Terry, I know I was wound pretty tight when I played, and I think my partner here was too. Emotion and that whole angle is important to our game, and you've had to deal with Matthew Barnaby. Is there a point where Matthew Barnaby, as an opponent, crosses the line?
I don't know. I think a few times he's gotten under our skin, but more often than not, he's helped to motivate us a little bit. There's without a doubt, he's a very good hockey player. And in fact, when he asked to be traded, we were one of the first teams to put a call into Buffalo. But the fact of the matter is, it's more than a one-man show out there. And we've got to contend with Matt Barnaby, Dominic Hasek, and Mike Pekka, Dixon Ward. All of these fellas have been playing excellent hockey. But our team is a veteran team, and we've managed to turn some of the I guess you could say hot dogging on their part into something positive for us.
Well, you know, Ron, I think from a coaching standpoint, you've been a wonderful breath of fresh air to this team. I mean, there are pies flying all over the place. How much fun has this been for you and the Caps?
Well, it's been fun, but yeah, you had to show that. You have to either show that or me jumping up and down on the bench. Sometimes I'm afraid that people think I'm another Don Rickles or Buddy Hackett, but there's a few times when I sense that our team is a little bit tight, we'll go in and try to lighten the atmosphere. Last night, I thought we were getting a little too loose, so we tried to tighten the screws down a little bit. That's one of those gut feelings that Terry Crisp would tell you. You have to ride your gut feelings a lot if you think you're going to be successful.
If you make it to the finals, Dave wants a pie in his face, Coach, so you got to promise him one.
I'm throwing pies in everybody's face. Just name the flavor and it'll be there.
All right, Coach, thank you so very much. All right, folks, time for a break, but when we come back, we'll take it back to Detroit for the third period between the Stars and the Red Wings. Pucks after this.
Now it's time for you to vote for the MasterCard Cutting Edge Play of the Year. Play number 1. Sean Codine of the Flyers defies gravity and scores. Play number 2. The Sabres' Hasek dominates Philadelphia. An impossible save! And number 3. Vancouver's Todd Bertuzzi stuns the Senators. Bertuzzi scores a highlight reel goal! Call now and vote. The winner will be announced during Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals.
Rose, you want to win $1 million from MasterCard? Just watch Fox's coverage of the Stanley Cup Finals, baby.
Stanley? Stanley who?
Someone shoots from the ice. You play at home.
There is ice? Where?
The MasterCard $1 Million Stanley Cup Shot presented by the NHL on Fox. Have your MasterCard ready to win Fox's Game 1 coverage. If the shooter wins $1 million, you could win $1 million.
Over the years, one brand has won more 4x4 awards than any other name in history. Once again, we've captured everyone's attention. Jeep Grand Cherokee 5.9 Limited, 4x4 of the year. Jeep, the most award-winning brand of 4x4s in all the world.
Got your Bud Light, you can't hit my friend. Let's go. I'm thirsty.
For the great taste that will fill you up and never let you down.
Looks like you're buying.
Make it a Bud Light.
Coach is calling for the heat.
The Interleague Wars explode on Fox Saturday Game of the Week. This week at 1 p.m. Eastern and Pacific. Check local listings.
Get ready now. The Wizard of Oz, the Eagle, the Dominator, Godzilla, all starring in a blockbuster action-packed thrill ride called the Stanley Cup Playoffs. By executive order, the Western Conference Finals continue next week on ESPN.
Hey, this is good tough hockey. Earlier today, Vladimir Konstantinov, Sergei Monastikhanov recovering with cup rings. Play stopped in the first period this afternoon. 20,000 fans and 40 uniformed players from both squads with a salute. The ovation was long and touching. 20,000 celebrating memories and issuing a thundering prayer for the future.
He's just downloaded a secret. Hit me. Now the danger's all in his head. Keanu Reeves is Johnny Mnemonic. The network premiere, Tuesday at 8, 7 Central.
You come in through the window? You know, Ford Explorer has a remote keyless entry.
We weld the door shut.
Oh, yeah, but that gets old, and you sit so low.
So?
So Ford Explorer lets you sit up high so you can see all those aggressive drivers.
Is that right?
Hurry in during Performance Month for this $264-month lease on the 1998 Explorer Sport 4x4.
Get a lot of groceries in that trunk?
Welded shut.
Is everything welded?
See your Metro Detroit Ford dealer for this $264-month lease on Explorer Sport 4x4.
When you're busy, sometimes you can't answer every call. Boy, could you use a receptionist.
Mr. Kenneth Markey calling.
Take a number.
I'm Maxwell Moore.
I'm busy.
Well, instead of hiring a receptionist,
A Miss Kate Turner call. Twice.
get something better from Ameritech.
Did you say Katie?
Order caller ID now and you'll get a free display unit and free shipping and handling. Everything you need to make the most of your time.
Every brand we sell comes with two things, a great deal and a box.
ABC Warehouse, the closest thing to wholesale.
Get this GE 35-inch stereo color TV, only $6.99 or less.
Don't expect any less strength from your tires. Hancock.
During
the Jeep Memorial Day event, you can take a dip in the pool, mow the lawn, or just work on your tan. Because everything's more fun with Jeep. So lease Grand Cherokee Laredo for $0 down and just $329 due at signing. Choose Wrangler at this low price. Or lease Cherokee Sport for just $259 a month with $19.99 due at signing. Then party with some friends. But hurry, the Jeep Memorial Day event ends May 31st. See your Southeast Michigan Jeep dealer.
Red Wing Hockey on Fox 2 is brought to you locally by your Southeast Michigan Jeep dealers. Jeep, there's only one.
The Cup playoffs on Fox. Fox Sports coverage of the Stanley Cup playoffs brought to you by Bud Light. For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. By Michelin, celebrating 100 years of innovation because so much is riding on your tires. By the Philips CD rewritable disc drive. Now you can create CD-ROMs on your own PC. And by Jeep, makers of the Jeep Grand Cherokee, Cherokee, and Wrangler.
Dallas power play as we start the third period. Here's Joe Micheletti.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Detroit, look for them to get very aggressive here in this third period. They felt that they went into a defensive mode in the second period. They quit skating. They want to do more of that. They did not get any loose pucks. They want to go after the loose pucks. As far as Dallas is concerned, they want to play up-tempo. They want to get the puck in deep and force Detroit's defensemen to go get the puck, turn and go get it. And meanwhile, they want to keep a very quick game. They want to go short shifts. Back to you guys.
Okay, let's see if that happens. Let's take a look at the Bud Ice stats. Dallas with 10 shots in each of the periods for 20. Detroit 16-6 in the second. Pat Verbeek, first goal of the series. Kirk Maltby, a shorthander. Steve Yzerman, a power play goal. He leads the NHL in points in the playoffs. And that's it, scoreboard-wise, that we have going into the third.
As we begin the third, Maltby's in the penalty box. He's got 1 minute 43 seconds to go on his penalty. Again, Dallas keeps the Madonna line together. Correction, they've made a change. Langenbrunner not on the power play. They put Verbeek there. Verbeek has the only goal for Dallas in this game, so Hitchcock, the coaching staff, going with the feeling that Verbeek may just get hot here, so he starts the power play.
Zubov playing some catch with Sador. We mentioned Madonna and Verbeek. The other forward out is Jere Lehtinen. And an offside call. So 10 seconds after we start this period, we stop.
Yzerman and McCarty kill penalties for Detroit. You see 25 is McCarty. The captain is Yzerman. They play together at regular even strength type play, regular shifts. Penalty comes up and all of a sudden it's Yzerman working with McCarty. So they know each other. They're on the ice. Killing penalties are on the ice at even strength. Generally, the next unit up is Maltby along with Draper. They, too, at even strength play on the same line, so they know each other. But this time with Maltby in the penalty box, let's see if it's Fedorov who steps on the ice to help kill a penalty.
Stars will have to chase again. Zubov. Very deliberately looking ahead. Verbeek skating across. Zubov drilled it wide. Larry Murphy sent it back off a stick. Trying to break loose that time was Yzerman, but Ed Belfour just swung it back out. Just a little bit of lumber is all it took for him to get to the puck and get a chance on Belfour. Good pad stop made on a shot by Verbeek that registered 85 miles an hour. On back to Zubov now, halfway through the power play. Wrister by Sador, and it's deflected wide. At the half boards, rocked was Lehtinen. Zubov a shot, he scores! And the game is tied.
And if you can believe it for Dallas, it's a power play goal. They got to a lot of the loose pucks. It was Draper and Fedorov, not Draper and Maltby, because Maltby was in the penalty box. Some loose pucks in traffic. There was a wrist shot that had gone wide. Right here, Sador, wrist shot, deflected wide by Larry Murphy. But you'll see, good play by Lehtinen, back to Zubov, who skates towards center ice to get the shot through traffic. And the traffic was there, and I believe that was Pat Verbeek. Yeah, Verbeek stayed on his feet. He kept the traffic. He tried to deflect the puck, didn't, and the puck went right inside the goalpost. So Hitchcock and the coaching staff, with the move of getting Verbeek on the ice on their power play, pays off, and you can see the reaction as we're tied up at 2. A power play goal, and it seems like the last power play goal they had was about 3 years ago.
Well, it was almost. At least to Dallas fans, it would seem that way. Took over 50 shots at it before they finally got their second one in this long, dry stretch. Speaking of dry stretches, Zubov had not gotten a point in 7 games. Well, he's got one now. He's tied this game on the power play. Lettinen gets the only assist. Pat Verbeek earlier had no points in 9. Well, he's got one in the 10th of this string. And the fortunes for Dallas look much better.
Well, Verbeek, and you can see the tenseness now in this building at the Joe. At the Joe, people feeling it a little bit. Verbeek knocked a puck out of midair in the second period to get the first goal. And there he was in front of the net. Chris Osgood could not see the rocket from the point by Zubov. That's Zubov's first shot on goal in this game. He does not like to shoot the puck for some reason. And that time he did. We're tied up at 2.
Larionov to Fetisov, but off his stick. He goes in with Darian Hatcher and is closed off. Holmstrom got it across. Pass went across the net, mouth wide. Onto the back. Eriksson a shot. Down went Belfour. Puck came on back now for Fetisov. Brushed it along for Kozlov. Slava Kozlov on the outside. Back to Fetisov again. Feeds it across. Big drive by Eriksson is hacked away by the defense. Chipped back along by Strudlin, but into trouble. Detroit picked up a little bit. Maybe because of the threat of this game being tied now. It is Eriksson taking over.
A real strong shift for Detroit after giving up the tying goal. That's a good sign for their club. Can they build on it?
Carbonneau wanting to get by Larionov. No on that one. McCowan jostled off by Lind, but not until he'd released it to Rouse. Touch pass on by Larionov. It's worked cross ice for Brendan Shanahan. Shanahan around behind, held off by Muni.
Mike, Dallas got 4 players on the ice. Here comes a 5th. That's Keane. They had 4 players on the ice for 10 to 15 seconds. They have to be a lot more alert than that. They did not have enough players on the ice.
Oh, what a collision. Shanahan and Keane both went down. Sent back in by Fedorov off of Belfour's stick. Pretty good hit by Ludwig. Stars can bring it back with Keane. 2.5 minutes played here in the 3rd period. And Dallas has connected to tie it. The series is 2 games to 1 Detroit. Dallas trying to even it as they have the game. Brought ahead by Maltby. Kirk Maltby ahead. The Red Wings in the midst of a change. Maltby pretty much alone here. Wanting to get by Sador and does. Centered one, and it went off a skate and then wide. Jammed onto the back Lidstrom. Deflected back in deep by Draper.
Well, here come the hitters for Detroit. Maltby and LaPointe on the ice. They want to get some forechecking and hitting going.
Daryl Sador wore one of the first of the hits from that pair. Thrown back on by Zubov to Jamie Wright. Hurried ahead to Hogue, but he couldn't control. Right back up with it comes Chris Draper. Draper peeling off and wristing one. Blocked by Belfour. Turned back along by the Stars defense. Matt Tkachuk played it ahead, but instead it's the Red Wings regrouping and recoiling. Gilchrist back across to Larry Murphy. 3.5 played in the 3rd as of right now. Brought back by Jamie Wright. Wright twisting and put it in on goal. Covered by Osgood. Play stopped. 23 shots Dallas. 18 Detroit, and they're even.
Up first in the Bud Light battle of the ladies' bands, the Fishnets! Okay, thank you, ladies. Next up, the Dream Dates! Wow, great. And finally...
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
I'm torn. They're all pretty good.
He's not the smartest of criminals.
He never let me wear the mask.
I have a goalie stick and a sharp skate.
The hockey rink is 5 blocks down on your right.
What seems to be the problem? Give me some money. Is this a robbery?
I couldn't stop him!
Unable to stop Rod Brindamore, goaltender Lee Worley turns to a life of crime. He is less than successful.
Who robs a bank with a skate?
What are you in for?
Brindamore.
Nice mask. He's not really cut out for prison life.
I couldn't stop him!
He's a crummy puck handler.
He came in so strong getting up. I couldn't stop him! Stick save! Kick save! Ah!
Let me wear the mask.
No.
Penny for your thoughts.
The Joe starting to thunder again. Face-off involves Brian Scrudlin for Dallas. The veteran who came at the trade deadline. Puck came back for a shot that was hacked off by Bob Basson. He tries to steer loose and neutralize. Chipped on further for Skrudland, and he jammed it back in. Slava Fetisov back and Marshall on him.
Oh.
What'd you see?
Erickson and Basson, just good hard hitting right now.
Here's Gilchrist moving on in. Saved up by rebound, and the net dislodged, and the puck hung close underneath.
Mike, it all started right behind the Detroit goal with some big body work by both teams' players and a fabulous first pass out of the zone by Detroit, and then it was a race. Gilchrist did get the shot. There he received the pass. He heads up ice. He puts the puck way out ahead of him. And remember, the last 3 years he played for Dallas. There he takes the backhand shot, followed his own shot. Belfour comes up with another good save. You know, you got to set up these plays by good passes out of your own zone. There was some big body work. There's the McCarty pass, bullseye. Bullseye to Gilchrist, and a good back-checking job, as you see there, by Muni. Now, earlier, we talked about 1, 2, 3, 4 black jerseys. It's not a power play for Detroit. Watch at the bench. Mike Keane will jump off. You need a fifth, gang. Here comes Mike Keane. There he is. I think Dallas got careless and very lucky that they didn't give up one, being a man short without Detroit having a power play.
Delayed offside, and that's wiped. Ahead now with it comes Lettinen. Backhanded it in on goal. Swept away by Osgood. Fed back to the point. Hatcher with a shot. Oh, and it knocked off of Osgood after changing directions radically in front off a Red Wing. Oh.
Man, that puck hit somebody up high, and it hit the blocker of Osgood. And the referee blows it dead because it must have been a Dallas player that hit the puck with a high stick. Here's the shot taken from the blue line. Is there a deflection? Yes, there is. And then the save. That would not have counted if the puck went in. As Langenbrunner on the deflection of the high shot from Hatcher. And look at Osgood. He had his, you know what? He didn't see the puck, but he had his body spread out, arms out, just in case, taking up as much space as he possibly could. Now, the rule is, Mike, if that was above the crossbar and had gone in, no goal. And I think that would have been waved off. The puck comes outside the Detroit zone for the draw.
I apologize for misreading that. When I saw Larry Murphy sort of recoil and cover, I thought it had glanced off him.
I think he was protecting himself.
Well, I don't blame him. Another offside with 15:33 to go in the third period. Larry Murphy played his first Stanley Cup playoff game as a Los Angeles King in the early 1980s, and his defense partner is in the arena today, an assistant coach for the Red Wings named Dave Lewis. What exciting times they had in Los Angeles. There was the Miracle of Manchester. Yeah, you'd think that guy. If you were matched up with him, you'd be in pretty good hands.
Miracle of Manchester, it was Dave Lewis who drew the 5-minute major to Gary Unger as their team came back to win it. Larry Robinson leads all, as you see there. And for Larry Murphy, you talked about his first ever playoff game. This is game number 184. A marvelous career for Larry Murphy. Miracle on Manchester. Wasn't that something?
Scotty Bowman was talking about that yesterday. Because Dallas had a pretty huge comeback. Though they didn't win game 3, they came from 4-0 down and made it very close at 4-3 before losing 5-3. He said, I've never been a part of a comeback by my team or against my team like that Miracle of Manchester between Los Angeles and Edmonton.
Now, what was the score in that game? LA and Edmonton, LA came back and got 5 goals. I think it was 5-1 and won 6-5.
Yeah, I think that's it.
I may be wrong on that, but it was that wide of a gap, and they came back. Scotty was thinking about that during the game, Mike, he told us. During the game, he said, I got Dave Lewis right here. He was part of that Miracle on Manchester. What happened was Gary Unger for Edmonton took a 5-minute major as he got to Dave Lewis and clipped him. So the Kings came back and won the thing, and they still talk about it. But Detroit was able to get a late goal and win the thing 5-3, and we move into this game. We're 15:06 to go in the third. We're tied up at 2. A lot of face-offs now in the Detroit zone. Benoit Hogue has been moved back to play some center ice. If there's a Stanley Cup Finals, game 1 will be either Saturday or Tuesday, June 6th or June 9th. Everybody watch that if you can. It should be a good series.
That was April 10th of 1982, and the score was 6-5. If I recall, Darrell Evans is the guy that got the winner in overtime.
That's a bullseye.
Here, 23 shots to 19. 3 for Dallas in this third period, 3 for Detroit.
Patty Verbeek and Slava Fetisov go at one another in the front of the net. Fetisov plays it tough. as does Verbeek. That's quite a matchup, those two guys. You know, Fetisov is playing with Eriksson as his right defense partner. Eriksson grew up in Sweden, and his idol, I said, Borje Salming, no, Slava Fetisov was his idol.
Swept back by Fetisov. Matvichuk a shot, and it was deflected high, and it caromed into the seats.
I think here you're seeing Dallas force faceoffs, and they're getting shots now from the faceoffs, and Chris Osgood doing a good job. A good job, Benoit Hogue. And he'll tip off what he likes to do on faceoffs a lot of times. He'll either bend real low and or else be up a little bit higher. He controlled the draw, got the puck back for the point shot, and Osgood able to make the save. Dallas, as Joe Micheletti told us, quick changes, quick changes. We're seeing it again. Hogue moved to center ice for that shift. Quick shift. Now Modano's line comes back on the ice. And slowly Detroit makes a change to get their matchup. 5 and 55, that famous pair of defensemen for Detroit on the ice again for Modano. And you'll see, I think, Fedorov, yeah, he's out there. He's going to try and be a smart defensive forward when Modano's on the ice.
Matvichuk, who uncorked that last shot, jostled a bit. The puck came to the front, and it's held by Belfour. You know, Matvichuk is playing without a ligament in his left knee. And at the end of the playoffs, and he hoped that's a long time, nobody wants surgery anyway.
Oh.
He will have the ligament from a cadaver put in that left knee. Right now, he wears a brace.
Yeah, it's a big, heavy brace. Most players, when they wear knee braces, Mike, they're much smaller and lighter. This one has to be big. Matvichuk is muscle-bound in his thighs, and that enables him, along with the brace, to support his knee. And in turn, he's able to play hockey. And it's just an amazing thing. His knee locks up sometimes. It just locks up, and they have to try and bend it and everything to get it to unlock. And I saw him last night at a restaurant get out of a car. We were walking out, he was walking in, and he had a little hobble to his giddy up there. He was limping a little bit. So he's able to get on the ice and play. It's an amazing story, and they say right after the playoffs, he's going into the operating room, and he may not be back until next Christmas.
Yzerman in front on Fedorov, jamming at it, but holding on his Belfour. Oh, it was almost 3-2 Detroit.
Eddie Belfour got his team into trouble in the first period. Untimely penalty. But since that first period, he's been rocked. He's been really solid. And you'll see in front, there's Fedorov, the deflection, and not only the save, but also the cover-up. And Dallas here got caught not taking their men. McCarty works over Sador to try and find open ice, and Fedorov skates out of the corner, took the pass beautifully, and then Belfour really did a good job concentrating with good focus. See Modano missed the puck? It's his centerman that goes in and gets the deflection. That's all it takes, a little missed puck with their stick blade, and the other team's in.
Craig Ludwig rattled it off, hoping for Lind. But instead, it's back to Ludwig to try again. Tries for Lind again, and this one skipped through. Lind held back so that McCowan can play. Rouse was doing that for Detroit's defense. Shot snagged by Osgood. Rolled around for Brendan Shanahan. Stoked ahead for McCowan. Crisp pass is on for Larionov. Floated it, hoping for LaPointe, but it's chipped back over for Lind again. Speedy young man from Finland trying to step through. Rouse can't do it. Here's Mike Keane trying to center. Taken by Shanahan, and he brings it back out. Under 14 to go. Tied at 2. Brendan Shanahan pinballed one that was right in on goal off Sador. And it skipped on back where Fetisov will go to get it. Larionov chipped it across. Brought back on by Kozlov. Fakes the drive. Shoots one, and a save made by Belfour.
Kozlov is slippery. He's tricky. He skates very upright so he can disguise his shot. He went wide and got the shot on goal, and Belfour makes another save. As Detroit's picking up their game here a little bit. Take a look at the save that Belfour makes and how long it took for the puck to get there. Fake shot, wrist shot. Just over a third of a second for the puck to get to Belfour, and he held on. He's done a nice job, has Belfour, in covering up the puck. No rebounds. And let's go back to the second period when he made the stick save on the backhand side of his stick on Holmstrom. Yeah. It was 2-0 at the time, or it would have been 3-0. That was the biggest save of the game by either goaltender.
Lidstrom a shot, and that one blocked by the defense. Matvichuk got in the way of that. It's thrown to the front of the net, but that again blocked by the defense. Pitchfork back out once more by Mike Modano. Gathered in by Murphy. Swung ahead for Doug Brown. Brown's pass is off Sergei Fedorov. Watched there by Hatcher. Tries to go by. Plaster to the boards and glass. Pop on back to Lidstrom. Nick Lidstrom flipped one that's off Brown. picked up by Kozlov, but then lost. Without a stick is Mike Modano. Kozlov worked it into Fedorov, out in front off the stick of Belfour. Loose puck, Kozlov had it helped the side of the corner and thrown in front by Murphy. Langenbrunner after that one. Larry Murphy waiting for it now. Fires, and that one hit a defenseman. Came on back. Kozlov a shot. That one blocked off. Fedorov goes after it. Couple of players down. Fedorov, one of them. It's pitched back out by Lettman.
And Matvichuk's in trouble, Mike. Oh, my. He dove to get the puck, and as he dove, he was slammed into the boards. He's in trouble. Right wrist. Oh, my.
Go get help, boy. Hurry.
Good dog. Get ready to get creative. Get into a Rebel G. Go beyond snapshots. Experience the ultimate rush.
Cool.
Rebel G and only EOS lenses from Canon.
For 100 years, Biv the Michelin Man has symbolized our never-ending quest to invent the best tires in the world. Michelin, celebrating 100 years of innovation.
Hey, Mr. Science. Ever wonder what a hard-working engine goes through? It gets the high rev, and I drove over the mountain because it was their guts kicked out of it. With abuse like that, you don't want to take chances. This is Quaker State 4x4, a synthetic blend for hard-working engines made by guys with more college degrees than they've had dates. It's been tested. For pure maximum protection, there's nothing better. I wouldn't lie to you. They're not paying me enough. Quaker State, sensible technology. What more do you need to know?
Matvichuk needs help to get off.
Mike, it was his right arm, wrist, forearm, as he dove, as you'll see him here holding that right arm. Gosh, in a lot of pain. He dove to help sweep the puck out of the zone. And as he did so, he slid into the boards with Sergei Fedorov on top of him. Here's the dive. Get rid of the puck, and then you see the weight of Fedorov, and he jams his body into the boards. And immediately he felt the pain of something wrong with his right arm. And oh, gosh. Oh, we just hope it's not a serious injury. He'll be taken care of immediately by the personnel here at Joe Louis. He had played more ice time through 2 periods than any other player on the ice. 10 seconds more than Steve Yzerman. So Dallas, that's a big problem. No Chambers. He did not dress for this game due to a knee injury, and now they lose Matvichuk, who played more than anybody.
Ludwig and Muni, the defense combination for Ken Hitchcock's team now. And an offside call again. 12:28 to go in the third period.
The adversity of playoffs. Teams that win get through these situations. Detroit last season in winning the cup got through the playoffs rather unscathed. They have a great deal of depth up front, does Detroit. That's helped them. Doug Brown's returned today into the lineup. And now for Dallas in a 2-2 game. The biggest game of the tournament for them. If they lose this one, it'll be tough to come back. They need the rest of this third period or overtime if it takes that.
Last year, Detroit lost only one-man game because of injury in their run to the playoffs. Shot, save made by Osgood. Picked up by Jamie McCowan. Dumped back along, but McCowan has to play again. Tries the other way this time. Will it work? Good close-off on Maltby. Muni pitched it behind. Dallas with good containment. McCowan will try a third time. Flopped it along. It's kept by Wright. Gloved by Osgood, and he'll wait.
Like we talked about this game in the open about Ken Hitchcock challenging his offensive players. They needed some offense. Well, Zubov has a goal. Verbeek has a goal. They have 9 shots, and they're in the game at 2-2. And Zubov was a power play goal. Verbeek was a goal where he just really worked towards the net on a wraparound and knocked the puck out of midair. The other goal, the Zubov goal, Verbeek was standing in front on the power play. So his scorers have done some scoring to allow Dallas to be in this game at this point.
Steve Yzerman to take the draw. He has won 2/3 of his faceoffs, 18 out of 27. He's up against Brian Skrudland this time. Couple of false starts, and then Yzerman stepped right after it. But Skrudland got it. The board battle involves Eriksson for Detroit. McCarty couldn't push it past. And then it's kicked back out to neutral ice by Yzerman. So now Dallas getting set. Nearing the halfway point of the third period, the game tied at 2. Sador matched up with Sergei Zubov. Sador with a pass ahead. Bounced loose, regathered by Bob Basson. Put off the linesman's skate. Pumped away now for McCarty, and he turned it on back. Sador lifted it back. Pucks remain alive off officials unless it goes directly off an official into the net. Rarely does it happen, but those don't count. The point with a shot deflected wide. Rebound put off of Belfour. On back to the point now, McCowan. Detroit hoping to attack. Ludwig took care of Larianos and then steps to play it, but his pass is checked away by Gilchrist and pumped back. Mike Keane has it there and starts it back for Dallas. Keane hurrying it on. Spirited in by Lynn, but he can't paw his way by the Detroit defense, and a penalty coming up. And a little extra hit after the whistle, too.
Now, one thing I've seen with Lind is he keeps his legs going. Number 11, Black, he keeps his legs going. Oh, I think Detroit's going to be short-handed. Interference call.
I guess I didn't know. I guess I didn't know. I guess I didn't know. I guess I didn't know.
Will draw the penalty to Jamie McCowan. Legs, coaches teach you. Just keep it on going. Keep on chugging. Something might happen. And Lind really worked to get through McCowan. McCowan's left arm off his stick. He's called for obstruction interference. And the Stars have a power play. They do have a goal in this third period on the power play.
1 for 21 in the series, but the one is huge now because it tied the game.
Remember, no Chambers and now no Matvechuk. So the point position for Dallas on their power play is down to Sador and Zubov and then maybe Hatcher.
Mike Modano backhanded it behind. Fedorov closed off by Verbeek. Hit by Steve Yzerman, but it's turned on to Verbeek. Moving to the front, and it's off of Osgood. Now played along by Larry Murphy. Murphy waits. Chipped one that went off of Pat Verbeek. And he shakes it back conservatively now for the advance by Zubov. Zubov creeping on in, trying to pick his way through, and it's off him on goal and stop. Let's hear from Joe Micheletti down near the Dallas bench.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Richard Matvechuk suffered a shoulder injury. He will not return for this game. They will reevaluate him tomorrow in Dallas, but he will not return with the shoulder problem.
Well, he was grabbing at his right wrist, wasn't he, when we saw that one close up?
Maybe pulling his arm into his body if the right shoulder had popped out. He really jammed his right arm into the boards. So for Dallas, now you think about their team, Mike, with them down a defenseman here, Muni not playing a whole lot. Their flow offensively, when they get back to even strength, their defensemen, I don't know if they'll jump into the play too much. They got to conserve energy. Detroit, on the other hand, I think if they go on the flow offensively as we move along, they may send their defensemen into the play.
Maltby fiddled that one back down with 1:10 to go on his team's shorthand situation. Sador bumped by Maltby. That again has a wearing effect when you hit guys back there. And so Maltby wants to make sure that he does that, especially when it doesn't endanger his team. Quick brush hit and move back to center to play. Here's Hogue. Langenbrunner and Mike Keane are the other forwards on this power play for Dallas. It's got 45 to go. Langenbrunner pestered by Fetisov, but he escapes. Feeds it onto the back. Sador has it there. Hands it over to Zubov. Sergei Zubov back to Sador. Wrist shot, and it knocked down in front. Picked up and controlled by Maltby, and he's able to scale it back down. It was hung up in the equipment of a Detroit defenseman for a moment, and then it squirted loose. Eventually to be cleared. Zubov with a pass that skipped back on. Larry Murphy plays it safely back for Lidstrom, then back ahead for control by McCarty. And he just stoked it back deep. 15 left on the kill.
Now Zubov's been on the ice almost a full 2 minutes. He's got to be careful he doesn't get himself exhausted and caught out there for too long of a period of time.
In 2, in 1. They've killed it off. The teams are at full strength. Hatcher angled one to the corner. Missed by Skrudlin, but gotten by Yzerman, who moves ahead. Steve Yzerman with Kozlov peeling off. Got it over to Murphy. Score!
What a goal. This is just marvelous. The penalty has just expired. McCowan is back. And now watch Murphy join the play. We said Detroit's defense might jump in. He did. A little tip in front. And Detroit has the lead. Great read. Look at Stevie Y. Dumps it off to Murphy. To the net goes Kozlov. A little redirection. And Detroit has the lead. This is just a great goal, folks. A great, great, great goal. Working one side of the ice. The redirection up over Belfort. Murphy, the defenseman, will jump into the play on occasion. He read it beautifully. And the Red Wings have regained the lead after killing the penalty off. And their penalty kill, Dallas never had a sniff on the power play. What a goal that was.
Helmetless. Fedorov stepped into Hatcher. Keane flew it back in. Carbonneau there. Overskated by a pair and play called back anyway. 8:04 to go. Third period. The Red Wings leading the Stars 3-2.
Die Wand! Die Wand! Die Wand! Kämpfen! Kapitalsmann!
Ja, nå er det heldigvis snart slutt på hockeysesongen.
Ja, men da var det tennis, golf og fotball.
Oh, great. Man, that tuna.
These AC Delco parts are about the most dependable you can buy. They should really help improve your performance.
Come on, they're all the same. I'll take some out of this bushel basket.
Okay.
AC Delco. No matter what you drive, if you're not asking for it, you're asking for it.
So come to Wendy's for a 99-cent junior bacon.
Man, that cheeseburger looks good. I love bacon. You fly, I'll buy. No, you go to Wendy's and I'll buy. Plus, I'll throw in Biggie fries. Yeah, well, I'll throw in Biggie fries and Biggie drinks.
When the craving hits for a Wendy's hot and juicy 99-cent junior bacon cheeseburger with 2 strips of bacon, you'll do anything to get one.
Junior bacon cheeseburgers, Biggie fries, Biggie drinks, and gas for your car. I don't have a car. Well, I'll buy you one.
Hey, for a car, I'll go.
Dave?
The arena pulsating with 20,000 fans. It may be here or it may be Dallas. It may be Saturday, June 6th or Tuesday, June 9th. But it will be Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals, and we'll be pleased to bring it to you on Fox. The Let's Go Wings chant has begun. They've gone pretty well in the last couple of minutes. The Kozlov goal with a lot of help from Yzerman and a shot from Murphy helped make that happen. Thrown back along by Osgood. Played by Darren McCarty. McCarty flipped one that came ahead to Gilchrist, but he was across the red line. So a 2-line pass.
Mike, let's break down the go-ahead goal by Detroit. As we move it ahead, you'll see it's not an odd man rush. It's an even strength rush. Now we stop it there, guys. You can see, you know, it's 3-on-2 Dallas there with an additional man moving in. But watch how the ice is divided on the near side. Now stop it there. As soon as Yzerman cuts to the inside, 2 stars go to him. That allows Murphy to move in here to be open. And watch this man, Kozlov, go to the net. Kozlov goes to the net. Murphy's open. One of the players left his feet. And that's all it takes. That's a brilliant goal on the rush. Kozlov went to the net without the puck. Turned his blade for the deflection to allow the puck to hit his blade and go up top over Belfort. Larry Murphy hit him with the pass, and it was all set up by Stevie Yzerman. You love to see beautiful offense in this league. That, folks, was a gorgeous goal.
Slava Kozlov has a point a game in 4. This is game 4 of the series. He's registered a point in each one. In 95-96, he had a goal in the first dozen games. Then Igor Larionov arrived. Talked about what a great passer he is. He played with him a little while here in the first period today. He got 35 goals before the end of the season. Oh, and a shot by Hogue. An 86-mile-an-hour fastball.
It missed the net. It came all the way down to Eddie Belfour. That fast of a shot that misses the net. You trap all your players deep. You've got to hit the net.
Zubov across to Ludwig. That one wound up going out of play with 7:04 left in the third.
And the Wings fans feeling it here with a 1-goal lead. The Stars have attempted a shot, have not registered one since Detroit took the lead. Dallas sitting on 26 shots for. We'll see if they can find offense over the last 7 minutes. Detroit's always been exceptional at dealing with the lead. Detroit going with 4 lines. Dallas shorthanded, especially on their blue line.
Ripped back in by Carbonneau. Stopped by Osgood for Larry Murphy. With under 7 to go in the third. And the Red Wings ahead by a score of 3-2. It is McCarty able to pull up at the half boards and getting heroic crunched. Sador trying to jam it loose. Skip back ahead for Keane to float across. Maltby hacking at it. It's kept by Draper. Thrown back off by Sador. The goal that broke the tie, Kozlov from Murphy and Yzerman at 11:30. Elapsed time, 8.5 to go when he scored. Sent back over for control by the Stars and sent flying is Mike Modano. Darian Hatcher tried to work in. Modano did, but an offside call.
That's what Modano was talking about yesterday. He said, my 23 minutes feels like 33 or 43. I get exhausted when I go to the bench. He said sometimes you just wish the period was over. There's no room. These guys are really good defensively, and that time it was Draper with that speed that caught Modano, who has great speed. And Mike was unable to make a play inside the blue line because of it. He's trying to find space just to get his speed going. And when you have 1 or 2 guys always draped over you, it becomes exhausting.
He gets a rest from the Red Wing blanket right now. But he's seen a lot of ice time, and he'll see more because his team needs him. They're down by a goal in the game. Angled in for McCowan. Then Fedorov. Fedorov again.
See Benoit Hogue in between Modano's line mates here, his normal line mates. Hogue is a little pressure.
Osgood blocked the pass from Langenbrunner, and here might be an odd man rush. Bob Roush lumbering ahead. Roush fed it in front of the backhander. That was a wide. Now played back along for Fedorov. Fedorov tried to play that one ahead, but it's Lettinen in the way, and then Langenbrunner. Langenbrunner a shot and a pad stop made by Osgood. The long pass on to Kozlov. Slava Kozlov rolled it back in, and going to get it is Bob Bassett. After him is McCarty. 5:12 to go. Third period, and the Red Wings ahead in the game 3-2. Gilchrist couldn't get that one. Played back in by Muni. Osgood sets it up. Fetisov gave it up at the half boards to Marshall. Flung one in front, and it's deflected into the seats by Eriksson. 4:57 to go. Third period. Those guys team by 1.
Oh, it's really coming down out there.
Cats and dogs.
It hasn't rained this hard since last time I had to paint the garage.
Man can't work in the rain. Pity us.
Is that what you're gonna do all day?
Honey, I can't hear you. The rain's too loud.
The weatherman said it was supposed to be nice today.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light.
Eddie!
2 magazines, 1 double espresso, $12. Khaki pants, $45. Work boots, $85. Realizing you're unzipped before anyone else does? Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Accepted all over. Even coffee bars.
Over the years, one brand has won more 4x4 awards than any other name in history. Once again, we've captured everyone's attention. Jeep Grand Cherokee 5.9 Limited, 4x4 of the year. Jeep, the most award-winning brand of 4x4s in all the world.
Tonight after World's Funniest, it's the greatest disaster since the Titanic on The Simpsons. Then Scandal rocks Hank's World on King of the Hill. Plus Mulder uncovers dark secrets on The X-Files. It all starts tonight at 7, 6 Central.
By the way, Agent Scully was asking about you. Dana Scully. Mike? Dana Scully called for you.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Scully and Mulder. Famous
Well, you know,
agents.
that card read Muller last week, and so I thought Kirk had been put into the cast. Sidor, a shot, and that deflected in front. Scramble, and it went off Osgood and wide. Out in front again, and it's Zubov back to get it. Zubov floats it back in. Steve Yzerman with it there, but he's chased right off by the checking of Pat Verbeek. 4:40 to go, third period. Thrilling game here at Joe Louis Arena in Detroit. Puck worked ahead now for McCarty. McCarty caught by Verbeek, spun around, and rendered helpless for nothing but a spinorama and a backhand twirl. Back ahead now with it is Madonna, but it's spiked away by Lidstrom. Fed back in by Yzerman. Around behind to be stopped there. Oh, and Sidor was hit by, guess who? Martin Lapointe again. Osgood out of his goal. Rushed, he gave it up at the board. Zubov tried to play it along. In the way was Larionov, and the battle continues.
Dallas defensemen do a lot of pinching now to keep the play alive. There's Zubov there. He's waiting. Can't keep the puck in.
Darian Hatcher banged it back off as the clock bleeds down to 3:53 to go. Rich shot by Madonna. Snuffed right out by Murphy. Fed on to the back. Hatcher there. Shot, and a riser got the glass.
He had to go high with Shanahan sliding across. That's why the shot went over top of the net.
McCarty again. Lobs it back in and makes the clock do his work. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go in the third. Benoit Ho. Sean Chambers on defense could not play today. Richard Matvichuk cannot finish. So Dallas short on defense. Osgood will hang on to this one.
And Craig Muni hadn't played much. He too was injured in the game, but came back to play some more. Here you see Lapointe. He lines up Sidor, who braced himself. Good, clean, hard hit. And now you're going to see the play as Hatcher moves in. Watch Shanahan slide. Hatcher reads that and has to go high with a shot to get it over Shanahan. Ended up putting the puck right over top of the crossbar. The timeout is still available to Dallas. There's 3:17 to go in the third. Detroit, too, has a timeout remaining, but they don't need it as bad as Dallas does.
Well, that music is a moldy oldie, but for me, I don't remember when it was popular.
You know, Mike,
so does Scotty.
I think if Carbonneau wins the draw here from Fedorov, you're going to see Hatcher, who's up on the hash mark, go to the net. That's Hatcher. He'll go to the net if Carbonneau beats Fedorov.
Off of Hogue. Sidor. Deflected across by Marshall. He might have been trying a touch pass, but nothing there except a breakaway on in by Yzerman. Oh, and a diving, marvelous play from behind by Sidor. Oh, a game saver at this point. Then a shot by McCarty, but it was offside.
Hatcher played up on the draw. Their team ended up, Dallas, getting some kind of a shot, but with Hatcher in deep, only one man was back, and that was Sidor. Detroit with that quick pass again. And look at Sidor battle back, get the puck first. What a play. Yzerman actually took the puck to his right side and helped Sidor a little bit. If Yzerman goes to his left side, our right side, he might have been in free. Instead, he cuts back to his right, and there's Sidor with a stick. Great defensive play. Another good pass from deep in the zone. That time, again, by McCarty as he banked the puck off the boards, billiard style. And Sidor made the saving play on Steve Yzerman.
Sidor, 26 years of age, but he has played for Ken Hitchcock dating back to when he was 15. Ledwig, roll blocked by Maltby. Zubov working the boards. 5 players, and the first one to it eventually to turn away a Zubov. Then Ledwig. 2.5 left. chipped back by LaPointe, but they said it was outside, just outside the line, and so when Dallas advanced, it was an offside call.
Scotty Bowman's team, he wanted north-south hockey. We talked about that as the game was about to begin. He didn't want east-west. He wanted north-south. We're not seeing the turnovers now by Detroit with the lead.
Ken Hitchcock first knew him as a 15-year-old center. Ken Hitchcock years ago then changed him to left wing at 16. You will see Ken Hitchcock from the right and Daryl Sador from the left highlighted from the Kamloops Blazers of the Western Hockey League. At 17, Hitchcock changed Daryl Sador's life to defense. And boy, has he ever been huge.
And Ken Hitchcock's life has changed, too, with the weight loss. So we give him all full marks. Boy, he's battled it and done a great job. And Sador has been a great player for Ken Hitchcock through the years, as here we have Detroit called for the icing. 2:15 to go since the goal by Kozlov to give Detroit the 3-2 lead with over 8 minutes to go. Dallas has registered 2 shots. That's all. So Detroit stingy with their defense. And they set up for another defensive zone draw.
Today's game is being produced by Richard Zients and directed by a longtime veteran Emmy Award winner who at one time he's probably had a number of shots like those in these telecasts, Sandy Grossman, whose very first event was the second period of an NHL game. Then came all the other stuff. The studio was produced by Nancy Bernstein, directed by Bob Levy. Thanks also to our technical producers, Dean Walker and Peter Hollander. Our associate director, Larry Lancaster. The senior producer of Fox Sports, Bill Brown. Executive producer of Fox Sports, Ed Gorin and David Hill. The face-off near Osgood with 2:15 to go. Lettinen to the point, Zubov. With it, Fedorov. The bounce pass ahead is onside. Deliberately, McCarty. The clock on his side with 2 minutes to go in the third. Carbonneau around now for Daryl Sador. Carbonneau again. Jostled off by Fedorov, but he recovered to hand to Zubov. Boy, there's a wall there. He picked his way through, but only for about 3 feet. The glove grab by Osgood. The play by McCowan. Hacked along by Rouse. McCarty trying to get it further. Hand passes it to neutral ice. Yzerman can't take this. Pitched along by Lettinen. Down to the last minute, 28. We'll keep an eye on Ed Belfour. Zubov grubbed it back in. Belfour at the hash marks. But he won't do anything just yet. And the puck to the seats.
Tough break for Detroit there. The puck went over the portion of the glass that gets a little bit lower.
At BASF, we don't make the cooler. We make it cooler. We don't make the fishing line, we make it stronger. We don't make the fuel, we make it burn cleaner. We don't make the water scooter, we make it lighter. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
He's got one of those unusual looking pucks. It's the normal size and weight, but it's got some stuff inside of it. It's the Fox Tracks puck. Our salute to Terry O'Brien, since we were mentioning a number of our crew today. Terry's having a birthday out in that puck truck. We had a slice of cake this morning. It was there after you had gone, John. You missed it. Dallas calls for timeout. So what's the theory here, John?
Ken Hitchcock takes charge here. Doug Jarvis on our right. Face-off specialist on our left is Rick Wilson, who played defense in the National Hockey League, as they check things out here with Ken Hitchcock, who's running the show. They're going to set up what to do on the face-off if they win the draw and what to do if they lose the draw. And the draw will be to the left side of Chris Osgood.
So to the left side of Osgood, that would not be an Yzerman face-off, would it?
I think for Scotty and his team, Mike, they've been through this so much with the lead late in games that they know what to do. There'll be no panic whatsoever. They do have 2 centermen on the ice in case one gets tossed, and that's Fedorov and Yzerman. Fedorov will try to draw the puck back. He's a left-handed shot. I think Fedorov will try to draw the puck back in this corner. And there you can see Lidstrom, who's a left-handed shot, so he could shoot the puck around quickly if he had to. Carbonneau has Zubov over there. If he wins the draw, and he doesn't, what a battle this is.
The net is empty at the other end. 6 attackers for Dallas. Lettinen around behind. Mike Modano. And in front. The shot by Verbeek was wide of the goal. Did not get much wood on it as there was a crowd and a lot of jamming both behind and in front. 1 minute even to go.
Chance of a lifetime for Verbeek in front, who's very strong. He gets the puck from Modano and sweeps it off the heel of his stick and wide. Was he outside the goal crease? He's in, he's out, and the puck was rolling, and it just skidded along his blade of his stick and off the heel and wide. Modano was the player that was able to get the puck in front. Verbeek is low to the ground, low center of gravity. He spreads his legs out and he puts the stick down, which creates a tripod. And that tripod gives him balance, and he can't be knocked down very often in front.
5'9", 190. Backhand shot by Lettinen is covered by Osgood. Just clumped the glove on it and held it to his body.
Lettinen is one of the smarter players in the league, and when the puck's loose on a faceoff, he'll get there. He's done it a lot here in the third period. Nobody really won the faceoff when the puck's dropped, but watch Lettinen dive in. Watch his strength and stick. How about that? Just bang like that to the backhand and get the shot on Osgood. Lettinen is really bright and quick and strong at finding loose pucks. Again, on the right side, it's Yzerman with the important draws. On the left side, it was Fedorov.
So to take this one, Guy Carbonneau.
Now the defenseman changed sides here. Look at Murphy's the right defense. He went in front. Lidstrom, since he's a left-handed shot, Mike, left-handed shot. If the puck goes in here, he's a left-handed shot. He can shoot it around on the forehand. Percentage play by Scotty Bowman.
Another scrum. Lidstrom played it along. McCarty could not get it out. It's kept alive by Lettinen, then flipped back out. Sador retrieves. Down to 45 to go. The net empty. 6 attackers. Dallas, they need 1 to force overtime. Pop back in deep in there to play it as Larry Murphy. Dumped it on around. LaPointe hacked at it. Puck kicked over to Yzerman. Can't get it out. It went off Verbeek. He went down. Puck fed back over to Lettinen. On back to the point. Zubov dips the shoulder. Tries to get by. Zubov from the corner. Threw it in front. Save. Osgood. Rebound cleared on back. Sador backhander, and that knocked away by Yzerman. Kept alive for another shot blocked on the defense by Murphy. Then Sador another drive, and it went wide. 17 to go. Pittsburgh in front of a shot by Verbeek is wide. Another one thrown through the net mouth. Modano up with it. Feeds to the back. 8 seconds to go. Shot deflected, and then it goes up into the seats, and play is stopped.
Desperate hockey by both teams. Osgood keeps the puck out. Dallas battles to try to tie it up. 6.5 seconds to go. Exhausted. You look around the ice right now, everybody's folded over. Here's a shot, deflected wide. Never got through to Osgood. Puck recovery, in front, shot wide by Verbeek. Another shot that went wide. Osgood moving left to right, right to left. Here's the shot that was deflected up high and wide. Mike, after the whistle, everybody just stopped. They were bent over at the waist, exhausted. Osgood got that.
I thought it went up into the seats. I saw people reaching, but maybe he did.
Off his shoulder. That means the faceoff will stay inside the Red Wing zone. A little discussion going on now with only 6.5 seconds left here in regulation. There's a huddle. Hatcher, Sador, and Keane maybe buying a little more time to find some rest. Hitchcock put a couple of fresh bodies out there. Keane is one of them. Carbonneau for the draw. Fedorov goes over to the Detroit bench. He now leaves. Yzerman for the other big draw.
He did not get that one. They looked at it in the truck, said no, it careened up into the seats. Puck drilled back around, and it's kept alive, but down to a second and a half. The Red Wings have won it. Oh, and a powder keg brewing here. This has occurred after the end of the game. Right now, it looks like they'll be parted peaceably. But you can get tossed for the longest time, for 10 games, if you start something after a game is over.
The linesman and referee do a good job here. So does Fetisov on Shanahan, who's really hot. Hatcher was really hot. Detroit has grabbed this series with a 3-1 lead. They held on. Dallas is beat up. Hatcher and McCarty started this whole thing.
Oh, a left roundhouse from Keene. And all of that out of a dramatic face-off in the last 5.5 seconds. Steve Yzerman with a goal and an assist, some huge face-off wins. He is the Jeep player of the game, and he set up the game winner in this contest with 8.5 minutes to go. Twirling and feeding Larry Murphy, and a deflection by Kozlov. The final score, the Red Wings 3, the Dallas Stars 2. James Brown will be coming up following these important words. Game 5 coming up in Dallas in midweek. A happy day for all, including the 2 special guests.
Over the years, one brand has won more 4x4 awards than any other name in history. Once again, we've captured everyone's attention. Jeep Grand Cherokee 5.9 Limited, 4x4 of the year. Jeep, the most award-winning brand of 4x4s in all the world.
It's late, it's wet, and a flat tire puts you up against the wall. Wouldn't it be great if you could just drive to safety? Now you can with new Goodyear Aqua Steel Run Flat. Even with no air pressure, you can drive up to 50 miles at 55 miles per hour to safety. Aqua Steel Run Flat. Only from Goodyear.
Today,
in the Atlantic Fleet,
on board USS Enterprise, character was forged. Valor was commended. Minds were enlightened. Lessons were learned. Fears were conquered. Worlds were discovered.
Honor was defined. Courage was found. Commitment was sealed.
Today on board USS Enterprise,
over 5,000 journeys began anew.
What did you do?
What did you do today?
Call 1-800-USA-NAVY. Let the journey begin.
A deadly conspiracy is revealed.
Back away! For 4 years, we've been nothing more than pawns in a game.
The X-Files, tonight at 9, 8 Central on Fox.
We are loyal. We are obsessive. We are fans, and nothing keeps us from the game. We need cars and trucks as reliable as we are, season after season. And when the game is over, we need to know that what got us there will also get us safely home. Delivering cars and trucks that fans count on is what makes us General Motors. Delivering them in more ways than anyone else in the world is what makes us people in motion.
When you're busy, sometimes you can't answer every call. Boy, could you use a receptionist.
Mr. Kenneth Markey calling.
Take a number.
I'm Maxwell Moore.
I'm busy.
Well, instead of hiring a receptionist,
A Miss Kate Turner called. Twice.
Get something better from Ameritech.
Did you say Katie?
Order caller ID now and you'll get a free display unit and free shipping and handling. Everything you need to make the most of your time.
Next week on Fox Saturday Baseball, don't miss the excitement of interleague play as Mike Piazza and the Mets take on the Red Sox in Boston, plus other regional action beginning at 1 Eastern and Pacific right here on Fox as we welcome you back inside of our LA studios. The Red Wings take a commanding 3-1 series lead. The Stars have never come back from a 3-1 series deficit. Coach, are you still sticking with the Stars?
Hey, James, don't go there, okay? I don't have tape on my ankle. You don't see me as a front runner. Dallas outplayed them the whole third period. Should have won it. Didn't score the goals. All good beat them. Dallas should have won the hockey.
Should have won it. Listen, I love you, Terry. Should have, could have, didn't. Detroit goes back to Dallas up 3-1. We're going to the finals in Detroit next Saturday or Tuesday here on Fox. Go get 'em. Coach is hanging in. All right, folks, speaking of the finals, game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals just around the corner. The quest for hockey's ultimate prize moves to prime time. Coverage begins next Saturday or Tuesday, June 9th at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific, right here on Fox. For the still hopeful Terry Crisp, Dave Maloney, I'm James Brown. We'll see you next week.
This has been a presentation of Fox Sports, home of the 98 Stanley Cup, the 98 World Series, and in January, Super Bowl 33. Fox Sports, championship moments into the next millennium.
Carmen Jenkins qualified for a Miller 400 in an Escort. Pete Eberbach qualified for a Miller 400 in a Crown Vic. People in Detroit are qualifying at your Metro Detroit Ford dealers. Check out the great finance rates and cash back on most vehicles. Register to win a VIP race package for 2, including Miller 400 tickets, food, shirts, hats, and more. The first 100 customers to visit get a free Motorsports poster. So race over to your Metro Detroit Ford dealer to qualify.
It's a simple matter of supply and demand. They supply them, we demand.
Parents feel really bad if they don't get the toy you want.
Once, my dad went to 5 Burger Kings looking for Woody the Sheriff.
What about the food?
You don't get it, do you? Who cares about the food?
Good grief. Get away from my car. Woody the Sheriff? Where's it gonna end? Make me a burger. Hold the hype.
Now get a Big Buford for just $1.49.
Monsoon, a premium audio system. You turn it up and get drenched. Available in select new cars and trucks like the Pontiac Firebird and the Hummer. Monsoon, power, attitude, audio for the road.
I spend a lot of time in my QX4, and the car is extremely comfortable. The Bose stereo it's outstanding. For something so rugged, it's a very relaxing place. There are some days I think I could live in my QX4. Well, if it had a bathroom.
For a limited time, you can lease a QX4 for this very attractive rate.
Theft can happen anytime, anywhere. For guaranteed protection against auto theft, nothing is more reliable than the Club Vehicle Anti-Theft Device. The Club, America's #1 name in visible anti-theft protection.
The Fox 2 Problem Solvers, working for you, only on Fox 2 News.
Sky Fox providing us with a shot of Joe Louis Arena where the folks are filing out, many of them with smiles on their faces on this Sunday afternoon, and there's the reason why. Detroit winning Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals, 3-2 over Dallas. Detroit now with a commanding 3-1 lead in this series. That's what they wanted to do when they came back home for 2 games. They sweep them, winning both Friday night and again this afternoon. The final today, 3-2, Detroit wins it. John, quick thoughts on game number 4.
You know, just a hard-fought game, Dan. I mean, Dallas couldn't, you know, they needed goals out of Zubov. They needed offense out of Verbeek. They got it. You know, it was a good game, 2-2, obviously. And, you know, hey, you know, we talk about stars all the time. We never mention Kozlov's name. Hey, the guy, I think he's setting the league right now, 4 game-winning goals.
Greg Steffen, both goalies played pretty well. I don't think either one walks away too disappointed in their efforts. However, it's a penalty against Ed Belfour that we're going to be talking a lot about today.
Yeah, that's for sure, Dan. It was a bad penalty, it cost a goal, but Osgood, he's the guy that's really impressing me. He's, you know, he's still getting said about that he's not quite going to be able to handle this, handle that, but he's coming through big time for him, and he's outplaying Eddie Belfour.
You know what? We talked about it last week. It seems like he can handle anything. It doesn't seem like anything bothers Chris Osgood, at least on the ice. He doesn't give up a goal and then go into a funk and allow another one. It seems like he's pretty steady out there.
Yeah, and that's what's impressive. He does let a goal and he rebounds. There's not another bad goal coming his way, and I think the big thing, I think people should keep getting on him, cutting him down and everything like, because he seems to really respond from that and all the negative press and stuff. So he's going to keep going like that. Detroit's going to be tough to beat.
Kind of interesting, John, when you look at this, some of the players that we said needed to play well for Dallas, they did play well. Still not enough, though, in the end.
No, it's not. You know, it's, I mean, you know, Dan, you're looking at two extremely good hockey teams. Both teams play very, very, very well defensively. And it's just tough, you know, and just getting back to Osgood, you know, you look at this guy's confidence and, you know, I noticed, like, I think it was in the first period he had that fake pass behind the net. I mean, that's just a goaltender that's got confidence that he's not nervous back there. And they made a comment earlier in the game how Belfort kind of struggled handling the puck, and he's a little nervous back there.
We're going to check in with Jennifer Hammond at the Joe in just a couple of minutes. First, let's check out the highlights from today's game. Some very interesting things. Let us pick things up in the first period. Wings are shorthanded, but the Stars help them out with a big mistake, John.
Oh, Maverick took a bad backhand pass there, and Maltby just steals it. And, you know, if you notice Eddie Belfour, he tends to go down when the puck's in close on him here. But just a great, you know, a bad attempt here by the defenseman, but Maltby coming in here. I mean, this is a great shot. I mean, that knocks the water bottle almost off the net.
Number 3 of the postseason for Maltby. This is the penalty we were talking about, Greg. Another mistake. Eddie Belfour puts his own team down a man.
Yeah, this is a very, very important play of the game. Belfour got away with the slash, but when it went up between the legs, the referee's not going to let that go.
They were actually down 2 for a moment. They were down 1 right here. Detroit finally comes through right there.
Yeah, and it was just, there's the penalty. Eisman left on, great shot, and Carbonneau there, you watch this, he's got a chance. He wants to grab, but he knows as a player you can't grab that, put your hand on, it's automatic penalty shot. Belfour didn't see it. Look at, there's Carbonneau right there, wants to do it, push it to Eddie. Eddie doesn't see it, and that second effort by Eisman, great goal.
Great job by the captain to stick with it. Number 4 of the postseason for him. Still in the second period, Stars Pat Verbeek beating Chris Osgood, and Dallas really needed something out of him, John.
Well, it is. I mean, this is just a good effort by Verbeek. He comes around the net like that. You know, it's too bad for Jamie McCown. I think he's having a great playoff. He just kind of overhandles the puck here, and he loses his balance. Verbeek, second effort, he stays with it. Kozlov maybe should have knocked this guy in his butt here. And he was maybe a little softer on there, but Verbeek was able to get his own rebound.
We talked a lot about the defense. Greg, the Wings were up 2-1. Dallas might have tied it right here if not for a great play by Chris Draper.
Oh, this is an outstanding. This is a big play of the game. Here you go. Medano knows his guy's wide open there, but Draper's come along, just dives out and gets the tip of his stick on the puck and just enough to deflect it away from the winger.
2-1 after 2, taking to the third. The Stars began on the power play, John, and finally they get one with a man advantage.
You know, it's a perfect example, like Steph was saying in the pregame show. You know, keep it simple. Get it back to the point, get it on net. And here it is. Verbeek's doing a great job screening the goaltender. Can't fault anybody. It's just a perfectly placed shot, and that's what the Stars need out of Zubov.
First point in 7 games for Zubov. 1 for 21 on the power play at that point. Still in the third. Here's your game winner. Larry Murphy free for the shot. John Slava Kozlov there for the redirection.
Yeah, Kazi's got the touch. He started right here. Eisenman does a great job going in the middle. Great pass over here, Murphy. Hey, Murphy, this is a veteran play by Murphy. Kozlov, effortless. This is a goal scorer. He knows where to put it. But look at this play here by Eisman. Nice play to Murphy. The defenseman goes out to Murphy, leaves Kozlov all alone, and look at that deflection. That is just a great game-winning goal. And like I said, this is the 4th game-winning goal for Kozlov.
3-2, the Wings win it. They jump up in this series 3-1. So often, Greg, we talk about the goaltenders and whether or not they get the job done. Was Eddie Belfour given the help he needed on that play?
No, he wasn't. And it was a situation where John was saying it was a 3-on-3 turned into a 4-on-4 because Murphy joined the rush. Okay, the defense from Dallas didn't want to give the blue line up. They did. When you give the blue line up to Stevie Eisman, you can create a lot of things.
Sure. A lot of experience there coming down the ice for Detroit, and I think that's one thing that you saw in that play.
Well, that's what's exciting about it. You know, it's like the third game when Eisman cut across the blue line, went into the middle, and he drew the defenseman with him and gave it back to Gilchrist on the first goal in the other game. But you see that experience. But you see Murphy. I mean, how many times do we sit there and watch Murphy? This guy just doesn't panic.
Right.
He gets the puck. He doesn't get nervous or anything like that. He's not a physical player, but he just never panics. Just a nice pass. And look at Kozlov. Look at the composure he had. I mean, this guy, you know, it's not like he hacked the puck or anything like that. He just put his stick out there. Just a nice touch around the net.
Gently lifting it right by Ed Belfour to give the Wings the victory. 3-2 the final. Let's check out our player of the game. No surprise here. Talk about experience. We're going with the captain today, Steve Eisman, playing very, very well.
Oh, he is. You know, this is you know, like Steph was saying, just a great second effort. You notice just before he took a shot, you can see how Belfour down, in close, he tends to go down. And Stevie tried to put that upstairs. And here he goes. You know, he sees the puck right there and just goes for it. You know, it's not only the goal scoring here, I mean, which is obviously very important. It's just the plays and just the composure he shows on the ice. Here it is, another smart play here. Nice little touch pass over to Murphy for the goal. But Eisman, you know, I've seen this in Game 3 also. You like to see it. If he's not scoring, he's making these smart plays here.
You know, Greg, we had a chance to talk to him last week in Dallas again. he puts things in perspective, and that's one thing that I think a leader's going to do for a hockey team. There's so many ups and downs in the playoff, but Steve Eisman was talking to us about putting the final game behind you, and I really guess inside of a game, you got to put the last play behind you and just look ahead to the next one.
And that's what he does really well. And yeah, I know Stevie Eisman, he puts things behind him, but I'll tell you what, even though if he doesn't play a game that he thinks he played very well, he's not happy. I mean, he's happy with the team win, he's happy with this, happy with the win, the series 3-1, and I know he's going to be happy today because he worked very hard like he does in every game, but he executed, and that's what he wants to do.
Steve Eisman with his 4th goal of the playoffs got it today. Red Wings win it by a score of 3-2. They now lead the series 3-1. Much more coming up. We're going to send you back to the Joe in just a couple of minutes. Jennifer Hammond will be standing by. Player interviews on the way. Stay with us. We're wrapping it up. Red Wings moving on to the Western Conference Finals. Game number 5 will be in Dallas on Wednesday night. Stay with us.
Fox 2 Slapshot. Brought to you by GM, the company you can count on wherever life takes you. General Motors, people in motion. By Gardner White, we're known by the money you keep. By Bell Tire, get the guaranteed lowest out-the-door price or it's free. Bell Tire, nobody comes close, nobody's closer. And by the Men's Warehouse, you're gonna like the way you look.
We are loyal. We are obsessive. We are fans, and nothing keeps us from the game. We need cars and trucks as reliable as we are, season after season. And when the game is over, we need to know that what got us there will also get us safely home. Delivering cars and trucks that fans count on is what makes us General Motors. Delivering them in more ways than anyone else in the world is what makes us people in motion.
Tag, you're it.
It's okay to act like a kid, but you don't have to eat like one. McDonald's introduces the Big Kids Meal. 2 quarter-pounder with cheese sandwiches, a large order of America's favorite fries, and a medium soft drink. All for just $3.99. And each Big Kids Meal has coupons for over $30 in discounts at Cedar Point. Did somebody say McDonald's?
Out here, it seems the wind never stops blowing. Build and remodel homes here, and you soon learn what you can and can't trust. Contractor John Miranda trusts only one window, Anderson. Ask him to use anything other than Anderson, and he'll ask you to sign a release, so his reputation remains solid. Worry-proof, time-proof, Anderson Windows. Here are the Anderson quality contractors in your area.
Hello? Here? Now. Rock-a-bye, baby.
AirTouch Digital Service puts what you have to do and what you want to do in perfect harmony. Now for only $13.99 a month, triple your digital minutes and pay only 5 cents a minute thereafter, plus get unlimited weekend calling.
And down will come, baby, cradle and all.
Digital service from AirTouch. It could change your life.
This is the last 3 days to get 0% interest till the year 2000. Now through Wednesday at Gardner White. Save 1/2 off and more in every department. Get free next day delivery. Then pay 0 interest this year. 0 interest next year. 0% interest till the year 2000. And make no down payment. Hurry, it ends Wednesday, 9 p.m.
We're known by the money you keep.
Some of the big hits from today's game, and I'll tell you something, you could pretty much fill the rest of our time with some of the hits. Little family planning help there from Ed Belfour. Not exactly what you want to see, but nonetheless, it was a very interesting game, another hard-hitting physical game, and I think a game probably that sets up Game 5 to be yet another physical battle, probably including, John, what we saw at the end, a little shot there on Darren McCarty as he was being held. Not exactly what you like to see.
Well, you've got the frustrations. You know, again, Dan, I mean, gosh, yeah, this is just a hard-fought battle out there. I mean, this is an intense series. It's very exciting to watch. You got 2 teams that are just going hard at each other, and tempers are going to start flaring and whatever. But, you know, you just have to be careful sometimes. Like we talked about, you know, you can't afford to take those stupid penalties like Belfort did, which cost him going down 5-on-3. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Martin's kind of talking a little higher pitch right now. So.
Right. The difference is this much, Greg. That's one thing that we keep coming back to. You can even talk about the Eastern Conference Series where Washington wins 2 consecutive overtime games. The difference here, just this much.
Oh, it's fine line winning and losing, and we've been seeing it all in the playoffs. But what Detroit's got is got that experience, and they got that belief. They still have that belief and hunger that they want to win that Stanley Cup again. And like you said, from teams being successful and not being successful, it is that much.
We talked a lot in the pregame show about the big guns not being on track. Still no Sergei Fedorov in the scoring column. Still no Brendan Shanahan in the scoring column for the Red Wings today. But again, we talked about some of the other guys stepping up. Today you get Kozlov, who's able to come up with a big goal.
Right.
That's where this team's depth really helps them out.
You know, you look at the role players. We talked about this before the playoffs started. What happens in these intense hockey games, especially when you're playing a team like Dallas that's so strong defensively? They're going to be all over. They're going to smother, you know, a lot of the top Detroit players. They made a comment tonight about Modano, or this afternoon about Modano, feeling like he gets 30 minutes a game, feeling like he's playing 50 minutes a game because there's just no room out there. So it just makes it very tough. So what you have to count on, yes, a lot of the role players will come up big. Maltby, big goal today, going top shelf. You got Kozlov with the game winner. You need that, and then you need your star players. If they're going to get the opportunities, it's got to come on the power play.
And there's no overestimating what Maltby's goal meant to this team today. We talk so often about how the first goal of the game means a lot, Greg, and here they are shorthanded. Maltby comes up with the puck, and then he beats Belfour one-on-one.
Yeah, it was a great goal, big-time goal in that situation. They're shorthanded, like you said, and you know Dallas eventually is going to score a power play goal. They're just too good not to. And get the shorthanded goal like that. And getting back to the role plays, we still haven't seen Brendan Shanahan, Larry Onoff, guys like that are going to break through. They are going to break through. McCarty's going to break through somewhere. And they need that. They're going to get that eventually. But in the meantime, they're getting some timely goals from different type of players.
Talked about Dallas's problems on the power play. They go from 0 for the series to 1 for the series with their goal today. Swinging down to the Joe right now, Jennifer Hammond standing by. Hammer.
All right, gentlemen, well, as you did mention, it is a very fine line between victory and defeat in this one, although it is a very huge differential for the Red Wings, who go back to Dallas now up 3-1 rather than tied at 2. So I think that they are breathing a great sigh of relief, despite the fact that they gave up another 2-goal lead today. It was a great game for Kirk Maltby with a short-handed goal. Also, we saw a little power play and even strength scoring as well. So we kind of had a little bit of everything, and also a rather odd fact, too, that the first 4 goals of this game were unassisted. So players coming up big. A great game for Steve Yzerman with his goal and his assist. We're going to try to get some of the players out here and chat a little bit with them about this game. But for now, we're going to send it back to you in the studio, gentlemen.
All right, Jennifer, thank you very much. Jennifer Hammond will be back with us in just a couple of minutes. We're going to take a break right now, and we will be back as well. We're wrapping it up. Red Wings win today, 3-2 the final at the Joe. They're moving on to Dallas with a 3-1 lead in the Western Conference Finals. Stay with us.
Thanks, Drew. No problem.
We dream them, we draw them. We drive them in circles. We are car people. We are bodybuilders, lifeguards, track stars, and matchmakers, all working to reach the same goal. Our passion is building automobiles. Our challenge is making cars and trucks people count on. We are the men and women of General Motors. We are car people. General Motors. People in motion.
Hello? Here? Now. Rock-a-bye, baby.
AirTouch digital service puts what you have to do and what you want to do in perfect harmony. Now for only $13.99 a month, triple your digital minutes and pay only 5 cents a minute thereafter, plus get unlimited weekend calling.
And down will come, baby, cradle and all.
Digital service from AirTouch. It could change your life.
Tag, you're it.
It's okay to act like a kid, but you don't have to eat like one. McDonald's introduces the Big Kids Meal. 2 Quarter Pounder with cheese sandwiches, a large order of America's favorite fries, and a medium soft drink. All for just $3.99. And each Big Kids Meal has coupons for over $30 in discounts at Cedar Point. Did somebody say McDonald's?
A lot of tire stores give you a good price, but it's their suck you in the door price, not their out the door price. See, once you're in the door, they pump up the price with extras like valve stems, mounting, balancing, and tire disposal. By the time you're out the door, you're out of dough.
Other stores charge up to $20 per tire for extras. At Bell Tire, get the guaranteed lowest out-the-door price you came in for. The extras are always free.
If they pump up the price, get out the door and get the lowest prices in town.
Bell Tire.
We always beat all deals or it's free.
Welcoming back 2 members of the Detroit Red Wings, who are always in our hearts and our prayers. We believe in their strength and recovery. We know that all of you believe too. Welcome back, number 16, Vladimir Konstantina and Sergei Mametkana.
Very emotional scene at the Joe today. Crowd on their feet. Players from both teams cheering as Vladimir Konstantinov and Sergei Mametkana were introduced, and just tough to put that into words. Beautiful scene today. Speaking of emotions, this has to be very tough on Dallas, Greg. Here, 2 consecutive games. They fall behind. They come back, yet they're going home to Dallas. They have nothing to show for it.
Yeah, it is. It's got to be more frustrating for them than anything. But like you say, Detroit's had the leads. They fought. Dallas has fought back, got real close, tied it up today. Yesterday got within, or 2 days ago, got within 1. And they think they've got a chance, and Detroit puts them away. So it is emotionally draining for them. But you know, that last game is very difficult to win, and Detroit's going back to Dallas. Dallas has got nothing to lose. They're going to definitely be ready to go, and they're going to let it all hang out.
I think it's interesting, too. We talked about the big guns for Detroit and the fact that they still really haven't been able to get on track, talking about Fedorov and Shanahan. Right. Mike Modano has to be scratching his head. No, he had one the other night, but he sends one off the post today. Then he's got a 2-on-none, and all of a sudden Draper comes out of nowhere and knocks away a pass today. He has to be just troubled by this.
Well, he's got to. You know what? The problem is when the team's losing, they look at their scores and they blame the scores, and there's a lot of pressure on these guys. When the team's winning and you get balance, you don't really hear too much about it. Yes, we do bring it up once in a while with Detroit, but that's just the way the game works. But, you know, you look at a guy like McDonald, I like him as a hockey player. This guy can skate and he can shoot. I think he's got incredible talent. And you're right, you know, he starts off, I mean, he bangs one off the inside of the post there right in the first period. And, you know, and I don't really blame him on that pass that Draper intercepted, because we all sat there watching the replay and said, where did Draper even come from, you know? And I thought that winger, we were trying to decide in the break who that winger was wide open for Dallas. And I can't blame Modano on that. You know, maybe in a way I can, because Modano's probably got one of the hardest shots in the game. You know, maybe just let the thing go. I mean, he's a goal scorer, he's a shooter. You know, let it go. How much does not having Joe Newendike out there hurt Mike Modano?
No, no doubt about it. Now they're keen on you know, they would key on both Newendike and Modano. Now Modano, they're keen on him. But, you know, Modano doesn't have the guys that the Red Wings have, like the depth they have that play with. So they can shut down Modano and his line. They're going to do pretty good because they don't have the other guys that can contribute offensively. Right. Newendike in that lineup, definitely Newendike would be a different story.
Tough times for them where injuries are concerned as well. Chambers doesn't suit up today. Right. Maffichuk goes out with an injury, so we'll have to see what kind of shape they are come Wednesday night for game number 5, where Detroit will have a chance to wrap up this series. Right now, let's swing it back out to the Joe, where today they came up with a victory. 3-2 the final. Jennifer Hammond standing by. Hammer.
All right, and we have a familiar face on this Red Wing team with us, and Doug Brown. And how'd it feel, first off, for you to get back in there today?
Well, it was a little nervous at first, but I felt pretty good, and most importantly is we won, and that felt great.
One of the things that we seem to talk about a lot in this series has been scoring the first goal and the importance of it. Obviously, it was a great boost for you when Maltby got one, and then Steve with the second. But talk a little bit about, I mean, there were some tense moments. It was a game that kind of really saw a couple different stages.
Well, they were a good team, and they kept coming at us just like the last game, and they never gave up, and they kept coming hard. So it's important that we got the 2-0 lead, and then they still climbed right back in it, and that was a huge goal we got in the third.
How about the fact, too, that you guys go back now up 3-1 versus 2-2? It's got to be a huge sigh of relief that you get both of them here at the Joe.
It is nice. It's a good confidence builder to win your home games, and we know that we have another game coming back at the Joe in case things don't go well down in Dallas. But the good news is we've already won down there one game, and we'll look forward to playing there again.
On another note, I know that you're very close with Vladimir Konstantinov. He's a good friend and not only a teammate as well of yours. Talk a little bit about the show of him here at the Joe this weekend, yesterday in the locker room with the team, and as well today when the fans welcomed him.
Well, it's so special, and he's always in our mind. He's always in our forefront, and as everyone knows that we keep the locker and we think of him all the time. And Slava and Igor call him on a regular basis, and so we keep pretty close updates on him. To have him back in Detroit is terrific, and you could see how the fans were happy about it, and it's part of the family.
And I know that everybody was saying that you had to keep focused on hockey despite his presence here. Just before they introduced him or just after, was it a little bit hard to do that?
Well, it was interesting how they did it during the game. I think it might have, before the game, it might have taken our minds away, but because we're in the middle of the game, we stayed focused, and it was a nice uplift, and we were up 1-0 at the time, and just another shot in the arm to build a little more adrenaline, and it was good to see Vladdy up there and Sergei Matsukanov. It was special.
Well, thank you for joining us. Speaking of arm, keep yours healthy. I'm sure that everybody is happy to have you back in the lineup, Doug.
Thank you.
All right, we'll try to get a couple more guests for you out here. Dan, for now, swing it back to you in the studio.
All right, Jennifer, thank you very much. Big game for Doug Brown today as the Red Wings come up with a victory, and a big day for him and all of his teammates to be able to see Vladimir Konstantinov and Sergei Matsukanov. We're going to take a break. This is the Slapshot post-game show. Red Wings win by a score of 3-2. They're up 3-1 in the Western Conference Finals. One victory away from another berth in the Stanley Cup Finals. We'll be right back after this. Time now for our icebreaker trivia question. In the first game of last year's Stanley Cup Finals, which Red Wing player scored the game-winning goal? Was it A, Sergei Fedorov, B, Brendan Shanahan, or C, Steve Yzerman? The answer coming up right after this.
We are loyal. We are obsessive. We are fans, and nothing keeps us from the game. We need cars and trucks as reliable as we are, season after season. And when the game is over, we need to know that what got us there will also get us safely home. Delivering cars and trucks that fans count on is what makes us General Motors. Delivering them in more ways than anyone else in the world is what makes us people in motion.
Some tire stores lure you in with a low price, only to charge extra for balancing valve stems and tire disposal. By the time they're done adding everything up, you're on the hook for almost $20 a tire extra. Hey, I got one.
Other stores may charge extra for extras. At Bell Tire, get the low out-the-door price you came in for. The extras are free.
Hey, don't get taken in hook, line, and sinker. Get the real deal.
Bell Tire. Nobody beats our selection, and nobody beats our prices.
We realize that not everyone has to wear a suit to the office these days. But chances are, you still have to wear shoes.
The Men's Warehouse.
You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Being on SportsCenter does take its toll.
For Kenny Mayne, I'm Dan Patrick. Good night.
Once we finish a show, we do it all over again for the overseas markets.
No pants, forget it.
Buenas noches, amigos. Me llamo Kenny Mayne.
Same highlights, same anchors, different dialects.
Dos Vidania. Menu Zavut, Boris Patrick. Vut, Kenny Mainski.
To touch people all over the world, that's special.
Hi, I'm Karen Newman for Capital Mortgage Funding. Does this look familiar to you? Yes, it's a handful of credit card bills. If you want to see these disappear, call Capital Mortgage Funding right now and tell them Karen sent you. Call 1-800-LOW-RATE.
This is the last 3 days to get 0% interest till the year 2000. Now through Wednesday at Gardner White. Save ½ off and more in every department. Get free next day delivery. Then pay 0 interest this year. 0 interest next year. 0% interest till the year 2000. And make no down payment. Hurry, it ends Wednesday, 9 p.m.
We're known by the money you keep.
Back now to our icebreaker trivia question. In the first game of last year's Stanley Cup Finals, which Red Wings scored the winning goal? Was it A, Sergei Fedorov, B, Brendan Shanahan, or C, Steve Yzerman? Well, it was 1 year ago today. It was Sergei Fedorov scoring the game winner in the Wings' 4-2 victory over the Philadelphia Flyers. Welcome back to our Slapshot post-game show. Wrapping up the Wings' victory today. We talked about him. Chris Osgood playing very well again. 28 saves for him, outplaying Ed Belfour. I think we'd all agree. Let's swing it back out. He is standing by with Jennifer Hammond. Hammer.
We're doing a little dance here, actually, for a moment in time. 26 saves by Chris Osgood, and early on you guys had a 2-goal cushion, but those Stars kept on fighting and battling and coming back. Talk a little bit about kind of the waves that we saw throughout this game today.
Well, I think it was a little bit like the other game. We played a little better today, though. They kept coming right at us in the second. They played a real strong game again today against us. I mean, they're difficult to play against because they're so good defensively, and we put them on the power play maybe a little more than we would have liked, and sooner or later, when we kept them off the board for a couple of games now, but I mean, sooner or later they're going to get one. But I thought when they scored their goal, I mean, we played probably our best we have in a while, really, and that was a good sign. And I thought it was a big goal by Kozlov, and then we really played like we can in the last 10 minutes of that game today.
And one of the things that you knew about this team is that they weren't ever going to really roll over at any stage in the game, and they really battled tough in, say, the last 5-6 minutes of this one, really testing you in a lot of situations.
Yeah, Dallas, they had a real good team. I mean, they're solid everywhere, and they kept coming at us in Game 3, and the same thing tonight. So, I mean, they came right after us the last 5 minutes, really put some pressure on us, and we managed to escape. I mean, the puck was bouncing all over the place, and we managed to get her out and get a big win.
It's been very close these last 2 games, but now the series not so close with you guys up 3-1. You go back to Dallas, and you know that they are going to play their most desperate game yet.
That's the exact reason. I don't think we're going to make that kind of mistake. I mean, what we did in the past years, a while back, I think we've learned from that. I mean, we can't look at it that way because we as players know how close these games have been and how tough they've been, and we can't take anything for granted. We have to go there and play a lot better than we have here. I mean, we didn't play as our top A game the last 2 games here, I didn't think, and a lot of other guys the same, but I mean, we played real solid when we had to in the game today, and we're going to carry that over to Dallas and play our best game there.
Although speaking of best game and A game, Scotty Bowman had some very complimentary things to say about you after Friday's game, saying it was the best game he thought you had played yet in these playoffs. Have you heard that yet? Does he say it to you? And how does it weigh in your mind when you hear that?
Scotty never says that to me. Scotty's
not real
just lets me go out there and play. Oh, he's complimentary in his own way. I mean, I know Scotty. I've been around for 5 years now, so he more or less this time just leaves the goalie alone. He talks to me every now and then, but I mean, it's funny. I let in 3 goals. It's my best game of the year. I like it that way, though, I guess. I mean, right now I don't really look for that. I just look for wins, and having a lot of fun doing it.
Good. Well, congratulations. It's got to be a fun position to be in, going back to Dallas by a 3-1 advantage. Chris Osgood, obviously, with a great game today. 26 saves on the other end of the rink. It was 20 saves for Ed Belfour. A very physical Ed Belfour at that. He took a couple of liberties with Marty Lapointe, but the guys seem to have bounced back pretty well, and they finally had the upper hand and the last word. Dan?
A couple liberties, that would be a quick way of looking at it. Jennifer, thank you very much. Talk to me about that final flurry that Chris Osgood faced. As a goalie, your eyelids must be peeled back over your ears when you're up 1. Inside the final minute, they pull their goalie, and all of a sudden, everything's coming at you.
Yeah, I mean, you know they've got an extra attacker for one thing on the ice. You know they're going to try to get 2 guys in front of the net. You know you got your 2 guys in front of that. All you want to do is be able to see that puck as a goaltender. You know you're going to get a shot on that. You're going to have to make a save, but you'll want to see that puck. And like you said, your eyelids are you're just beamed. You can't notice anything else. You're so focused, and you see that with Chris Osgood, and he came through for him.
Got the job done today, no doubt about it, because they did put some pressure on in the final minute there after Ed Belfour went to the bench. We're going to step aside and come right back, continuing to wrap up game number 4 of the Western Conference Finals. Much more on this coming up on Fox 2 News at 6 o'clock as well, but we're not going anywhere yet, so please stay with us.
We dream them, we draw them, we drive them in circles. We are car people. We are bodybuilders, lifeguards, track stars, and matchmakers, all working to reach the same goal. Our passion is building automobiles. Our challenge is making cars and trucks people count on. We are the men and women of General Motors. We are car people. General Motors. People in motion.
It's amazing
how people can go to any supermarket to buy meats when they can come to Cattleman's. I'm David Rothbart, president of Cattleman's, and I guarantee fresh, tender, juicy, and delicious meats at a fraction of the price you'd pay at any supermarket. How do we do it? We're Michigan's only major meat packer with our own stores. We have over 200 butchers cutting meat fresh daily for both our stores and our wholesale customers. So come visit Cattleman's today in the Eastern Market area, Hamtramck, Taylor, and Oak Park. This week at Cattleman's, T-bone and porterhouse, only $1.99 a pound. What do you hate losing most? Your car keys? Your TV remote control? Your hair? Well, maybe your hair isn't really lost. It's just misplaced. At the Laser Graft Center of Michigan, our precision laser technology allows us to transplant individual genetically permanent hair to the area of hair loss. The result? The natural look you've always wanted. So before you look for your car keys, find your phone and call the Laser Graft Center now for a complimentary private consultation.
Tag, you're it.
It's okay to act like a kid, but you don't have to eat like one. McDonald's introduces the Big Kids Meal. 2 Quarter Pounder with cheese sandwiches, a large order of America's favorite fries, and a medium soft drink. All for just $3.99. And each Big Kids Meal has coupons for over $30 in discounts at Cedar Point. Did somebody say McDonald's?
Got kids, you gotta find stuff to do, but you gotta know who to call. Get the Joe Louis Arena Family Fun Ticket Package. One low price gets you great seats for 4 hot family events at the Joe. We're talking ice side seats for Anastasia on Ice, ringside seats for the greatest show on earth. We'll put you so close to the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus, your kids will want to join. And with lower bowl tickets for Rockers Soccer, you're bound to catch a ball. And it's true, Red Wings tickets too. So dial fast because they're going fast.
Sky Fox providing us with some beautiful shots of Detroit today. Red Wings win it down at the Joe by a final score of 3-1. You know, it's a final score of 3-2. They're now up in the series 3-1. As you look ahead to game number 5, the one thing that we've talked about over and over again, John, they're going to have to get some more prediction out of Mike Modano if Dallas wants to make a series out of this. But in reality, Mike Modano needs to get some help.
Well, you know what, I guess you can kind of look at the example like Kozlov's goal. I mean, the support that he got. I mean, you look at a veteran move or a veteran play by Yzerman over to Murphy, same thing, nice pass over to Kozlov. When you want these star players to produce for you, I mean, you don't expect them to take the puck from one end of the rink, you know, deke everybody down the ice, go down and take a shot. You know, they need a supporting cast. They need other guys to help them give them go and get the puck back. So, you know, it gets frustrating sometimes. I've seen it with Fedorov where sometimes the fans will be on his back in the past years and all of a sudden you start seeing all this individual effort out there. That's the last thing you want. You want a team effort, but when those opportunities come, you need those guys to score. And tonight, for example, Modano, you can't blame the guy. Hey, he banged it off the inside of the post.
Yep, absolutely. You get back to the fact that the difference in this series has not been much. Mike Modano off the post today might have made this thing different, but not the case. Detroit wins it. 3-2 the final. Right back after this on our Slapshot postgame show.
The big news in today's paper is here. This first ever coupon, good for $500 off from your Greater Detroit Toyota dealers on any new Camry during their record-breaking factory challenge. Clip this coupon, use it toward your down payment or to substantially lower your lease payment on America's #1 selling car, the best built car in the U.S. But hurry, this never-before $500 Camry coupon event absolutely ends Monday. Oh, and what does the competition have to say about this offer? We thought so.
It's a whole new race, flat out, wide open, wheel to wheel.
At the 1998 ITT Automotive Detroit Grand Prix, June 5th, 6th, and 7th. See fast, hotter, and more exciting racing action than ever before on the all-new straightaway. Watch as the world's best drivers,
Freddie Pastor, Ray Hall, and others
battle it out at 200 miles an hour in the FedEx Championship Series.
And getting there is easy.
Just park downtown and take the free LCI Grand Prix shuttle bus to the front gate. Tickets start at $20. Call the box office or at all Ticketmaster outlets.
Tag, you're it.
It's okay to act like a kid, but you don't have to eat like one. McDonald's introduces the Big Kids Meal. 2 Quarter Pounder with cheese sandwiches, a large order of America's favorite fries, and a medium soft drink. All for just $3.99. And each big kids meal has coupons for over $30 in discounts at Cedar Point. Did somebody say McDonald's?
Ever hear this? Jack of all trades, master of none. Like if you needed brain surgery, would you go to a general practitioner or a brain surgeon? Obvious answer, right? So why would you go to a department store to buy tires? Ooh, nice.
At Bell Tire, we're automotive specialists with the biggest selection, the guaranteed lowest out-the-door prices, and people who are experts at taking care of your car.
If you need pliers, come here. But if you need tires, there's only one place to go.
Bell Tire.
Nobody beats our selection, and nobody beats our prices.
The guy at the dealership said it has one of the most technically advanced automatic four-wheel drive systems in the world. Now, where I live, it doesn't rain too often. And it snows like never. But should something really weird happen and my neighborhood gets covered with ice, you'll want to be driving with me.
For a limited time, you can lease a QX4 for this very attractive rate.
Fox 2 Slapshot, brought to you by GM, the company you can count on wherever life takes you. General Motors, people in motion. By Gardner White, we're known by the money you keep. By Bell Tire, get the guaranteed lowest out-the-door price or it's free. Bell Tire, nobody comes close, nobody's closer. And by the Men's Warehouse, you're gonna like the way you look.
Right back at our Slapshot post-game show, and we send it right back to the Joe one more time to Jennifer Hammond. Jennifer.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Just a couple of closing numbers here to kind of sum up this victory for you today. We talked prior to the game about the big three stepping up, and today Steve Yzerman did that indeed. A goal and an assist, but a lot of little things too. He has been logging some very serious ice time today for the Detroit Red Wings. He was on the ice for 25 minutes, 39 seconds, 32 shifts. He had 4 shots, and his face-off numbers, he won 22 face-offs out of 34 tries, and those are the things that help. They are not little things, they are big things, and they help the Red Wings to victory today. That does it for us from the Joe. Dan, back to you.
All right, Jennifer, thank you very much. Let's get some very quick thoughts on game number 5 before we say goodbye. What is Dallas thinking at this point on the flight back?
I tell you what, Dallas is going to work extremely hard, and they've worked hard through the whole series. And Steph said it earlier, it's going to be really tough for Detroit to win that final game. It's really tough to put that final nail in the coffin.
Let's talk a bit about it. We were at the game 1. You know what that situation is like down in Dallas. That crowd's going to be ready to go. What are the Red Wings thinking as they go on the ice there, looking to wrap this thing up?
Oh, yeah, you definitely want to go in there and wrap it up. You want to be focused. They did that with St. Louis. You don't want to have to come back for Game 6, and because in Game 6,
then you're only a game away from Game 7.
Game 7. If you go to Game 7, you're in deep trouble. So yeah, you want to go in there, finish it up. What's good is they got the few days off here. The Yzerman getting all that ice time. Murphy, Lidstrom, McCown on defense. They get off till Wednesday. I think they can go in there and do it.
All right, that's going to do it for the Slapshot postgame show. For John Ogrodnik, for Greg Steffen, for Jennifer Hammond, I'm Dan Miller. Red Wings win at 3-2. More on this game coming up on Fox 2 News at 6. See you next time, everybody.
When planning that next morning meeting, just say meet you at the Big Boy. After all, there are plenty of great breakfast choices, like 3-egg gourmet omelets, special recipe Belgian waffles, cinnamon French toast, hot cakes made from scratch, homemade sausage, the famous breakfast and fruit bar, and of course, a delicious cup of Big Boy coffee. You can also receive a copy of the Detroit News to help close the deal. Breakfast is better at Big Boy because Big Boy starts with better stuff.
The good news is that men now have many more choices on what to wear to work. The bad news is that men now have many more choices on what to wear to work. which is why at the Men's Warehouse, we help dress you from business Mondays all the way through to casual Fridays. Saturdays and Sundays, it's every man for himself.
Every day, more than 5,000 people buy a shirt or pair of slacks at the Men's Warehouse.
You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
1-800-776-SUIT.
What is it about leather? You need beautiful lines to pull it off. Meet the limited edition Mazda 626. Now in leather. Luxuriously loaded at just $239 a month. It's time to get into leather. Lease a Mazda 626 leather edition for just $239 a month, but only for a limited time.
Hello? Here? Now. Rock-a-bye, baby.
AirTouch Digital Service puts what you have to do and what you want to do in perfect harmony. Now for only $13.99 a month, triple your digital minutes and pay only 5 cents a minute thereafter, plus get unlimited weekend calling.
And down will come, baby, cradle and all.
Digital service from AirTouch. It could change your life.
Gordon is way behind.
Stick a fork in Jeff. He's done. What is he thinking? Holy baloo!
Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
What could possess a man to drive like that? Oh.
Gotcha.
He's making his move backward. Gordon wins.
We gotta get him a cup holder.
Pepsi, Generation Next.
Check out this week's concert series. Pine Knob and Pepsi are pouring it on live.
Weather and traffic updates on the 2s, only on Fox 2 News Morning. This is Fox 2 News at 6. News that works for you.
You saw the game right here on Fox 2. Now, the Red Wings are one step closer to making the Stanley Cup Finals.